Tate. Todd. Ulibarri. Woods. Cook.
Yeah. Okay. Can you get something like that to me?
Baumgartner. Garcia. Grantham. Heath. Tate. Guzman.
Gmail?
Yeah.
Cadman for Colorado? I got all this old stuff.
Send it there.
That one?
Yeah.
Yahoo? Alright. This is a 2-page version.
Perfect.
Carroll. Martinez Jimenez. Jones.
So, I'm going to stand here. I'm going to stand here.
Sonnenberg.
Now I'm going to say something. You say something, or I'll read something, and you say something, and I'll say something.
Okay. Yeah. That's great.
Newell. Mr. President.
Here. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the call be raised.
Without objection, the call will be raised. Messages from the House.
May 11, 2016, Mr. President, the House rejected the first Conference Committee report to Senate Bill 180 and discharged the first Conference Committee, requests the second Conference Committee. Speaker appointed Representatives Kagan as Chairman, Ransom and Foote as House conferees on the second Conference Committee on Senate Bill 180. The House has voted to proceed from its position on House Bill 1021 and concurred in the Senate amendments and repassed the bill, asked for the return of the bill. The House has adopted the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1345 as printed in the House Journal May 11 and has repassed the bill as amended.
The House has rejected the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 180 and has requested that a second conference committee be appointed. The Senate appoints Senator Woods as the chair, Senators Lundberg and John as conferees to the second conference committee. Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to announce that the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 180 meets in 5 minutes downstairs in House Conference Room 112. Starts in 5 minutes. They'll be down there probably 15. Let's reset. Do they know what they're going to do? They do. I think so. I think they have a plan.
Colleagues, we know we have a few things to attend to. We're trying to be sensitive to the needs of those members who are out of the chamber. Obviously, for the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 180, we believe they have a plan. We are hopeful that it will be fairly brief and attended to within a few minutes. So with that, we will stand in what is anticipated to be a brief recess. Call of the Senate has been moved. It has been sustained. Sergeants, please retrieve the members. Secure the doors. Mr. Majors, call the roll.
Senators Aguilar, Baumgartner, Carroll, Cook, Crowder, Donovan, Garcia, Grantham, Guzman, Heath, Hill, Hodge, Holbert, John, Johnston, Jones, Cafales, Kerr, Lambert, Lundberg, Marble, Martinez Humenic, Merrifield, Neville, Newell, Roberts, Scheffel, Scott, Sonnenberg, Stedman, Tate, Todd, Ulibarri, Woods, Crowder, Sonnenberg,
I think you concurred. It just didn't. It was literally.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the call be raised.
Without objection, the call will be raised. Okay. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, it's time, that time-honored tradition in this chamber where we honor those that will be departing. We're going to do this, pace this along as we're waiting for some things coming over the House. We know the conference committee with Senate Bill 180 is concluded, and so we'll be hearing on that in a moment. But in the meantime, Senator Hodge.
Hi, Hodge. Hodge. Hi. How you doing? I'm good. Good.
Ready?
Ready.
All right, you ready?
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate of the Colorado Legislature, convened in the second regular session of the 70th General Assembly, hereby extends its heartiest congratulations and commendation to Senator Mary Hodge. Senator Mary Hodge was elected to the 63rd, 64th, 65th, 66th, 67th, 68th, 69th, and 70th General Assemblies, where she represented her fellow citizens with honor and dignity. During her tenure in the House and Senate, she served with distinction as the chair of the Agricultural and Natural Resources, Local Government, Appropriations, and Joint Budget Committees, and as a member of the Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Energy, Business Affairs and Labor, Information and Technology, Legislative Council, Local Government, Energy and Water Resources Review Committees. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express their gratitude for her exemplary service to our great state and wish her well in her future endeavors. Given this 11th day of May 2016 at the state capitol, Denver, Colorado, signed Bill L. Cadman, President of the Colorado State Senate.
Members, please be seated.
Minority Leader Guzman.
Thank you, Mr.
And colleagues, the coat rule is relaxed for the rest of the evening. Minority Leader Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to extend my warmest congratulations and heartfelt thanks to our friend that we've named Hodge over all these years. As you heard, she's filled almost every position that a senator or a representative can fill while they're here in the legislature. Almost served on almost every committee. I especially remember your service on the Joint Budget Committee and Appropriations and your Ag Committee experience. It's always been a good thing for our caucus to have you serve in those roles because you have worked as a team partner with our other colleagues in that role. Most of all, I will always remember you never missed a meeting. You were always here, rain, snow, hail, sweat, whatever. You were always here with us. And you were personally always very supportive of me, as I know you were your other colleagues. I want to be one of the first to wish you well as you end your era here in the Colorado State Legislature. I want to wish you well, and I know that we will probably hear from you as you are serving as hopefully in another political spot in the days to come. There are not many people that come to us with the kind of background that you have. Understanding farming, understanding trucking, understanding business, understanding public education, understanding teamwork. For that, I will, and I know all of us will be enormously thankful that we have crossed paths with you. Congratulations and Godspeed.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hodge, congratulations. Let me just say that it's been an honor to serve with you. It's funny when we start these discussions of each other, at least when I think about it, I always think of the individual, and then memories start to pop into our minds. And when I think of you, I think of two things. One being a go-to person on the knotty issues of water that this state deals with, and so thank you for that. Whenever I had a water issue that was particularly complex or just trying to figure out and trying to get the perspective of this place, it was just always nice to be able to pop over to your desk over there and chat with you. The other thing is we obviously do a lot of talking, and I remember one bill in particular. We don't have to chat about that, but just the fun of asking you for your support on something, and you would always cut to the chase. I remember coming over to you asking about, well, do you think you can help on this? It was, nope. Nope. What do you mean? Can we talk about this? I mean, I'm trying to, nope. Just can't get there. And so, obviously, there were a lot of times when you could get there and you did help solve, but boy, when you were a negatory, you were a negatory. So we've got a couple of mementos for you to take with you. Here's the customary plaque, which you're going to find a nice place, and I know some other folks are going to have some comments, but let's go ahead and get this out here. Like this. Beautiful memento, Mary Hodge, Representative, 01 to 08, Senator, 09 to 16.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. It seems rather odd for me because I came in just about 4 days after you were sworn into the Senate, as well as those who are we're honoring today, or those who are concluding with their terms. And so I'm. Oh, this thing right here? Really? and it's been many years. We haven't served on the same committees that much, but of course we served in the House together for some time as well. I really appreciate the steady hand that you've had on so many issues, and both being up from the northern Colorado area, that has been a real encouragement to see some bipartisan understanding on some of those ag issues that are so important. And I appreciate all you've done, and I wish you Godspeed in all that you shall do. It's some, how do you put this nicely? Big shoes that somebody has to fill in your following your efforts here in the Senate. But thank you for all that you've done for us here, for the people of Colorado, and for the people of your district. You've represented them very well.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Hodge and I go like way back into the House, and I fondly remember you going to your committee and you killing all my bills. But that was that was then, yes. And now we work together, and things are great. But I also remember the times here, especially during the 68th and 69th General Assembly when we served together on the Budget Committee. And we've had some hard times. I remember at one point, I guess we didn't quite have the bipartisan cooperation on the Budget Committee that we have enjoyed the last couple of years. And I think there was a little divergence between the House and the Senate positions back in the 68th General Assembly, to the point where, and probably members, not many people remember this or know about it, but there was a Senate Democrat version of the long bill that was coming out, and I think President Cadman and President Kopp at the time was very concerned that we would have a train wreck and be here 6 weeks later with the Senate version, which they would kill in the House, and then we'd have a House version, which we would kill in the Senate, and on day 120, we would still be here. So what Senator Stedman and Senator Hodge and I did was decide to form the Budget Subcommittee of Senate Appropriations. And in the President's office came to some agreements that we needed to do our fiduciary responsibility in this chamber on a bipartisan basis and do it right. And I appreciate your integrity of going that way, because by Monday morning, I think things started to get resolved. And, but I remember that particular event because I think it started maybe a new realism that we have to pass a budget, a complex budget every year. It doesn't belong to one chamber or the other. And I think that was largely, I can't remember if you were the chairman that year. I think you were. And we appreciate your cooperation on that, because we ended up eventually in a far better place. And I think that your leadership set the tone for the right way to do it, which we sometimes diverged from on some intermediate, like at the 69th General Assembly, but I think your presence has been dearly missed this year on the Budget Committee. We've really appreciated your friendship and your professionalism and everything in running the committee, and hope we will stay in touch. Thank you.
Senator Carroll.
Thank you, Madam President. So I pre-checked on bending the rules. So I got permission to call Mary. And she asked that I spend a really long time at the microphone saying a lot about her. And so I thought I'd help honor her parting request that we really, really drag it out a lot. But there's a couple things I wanted to just quickly share that are such a great insight into Mary. I think I first met her, actually, we were doing a candidate forum in Aurora, and this really, you just never run into this, and it was the Aurora Chamber that was doing this, and they give everybody your 60 seconds, and like every other candidate out there, they can't get to their name in 60 seconds, and they get cut off and they're dinged. You get asked yes or no questions, and people can't, begin the first sentence of where they are. And true to form in Mary's brevity and directness and straight to the point, Mary had time left and after every single question. So Mary would introduce herself and they'd be like, do you support blah, 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 whatever? She'd be like, yes. Would you support this? No. This was literally what it was like. And it was so different from any other candidate I had seen. I actually think of that and just remember and laugh to this day, because you will never find someone who is more succinct and to the point than Mary is. And then I tortured her terribly when coming in on the House. I think you were chairing local government maybe at the time. And in retrospect, with what I've learned, I can't believe that she even talks to me still. So we were doing the Homeowners Bill of Rights. And it was an era where it was a bipartisan bill, but complicated, and an enormous legal undertaking. We literally got to over 100 amendments. And I don't remember for the rest of you who may have been on that committee or not, but we got to L100, L101, L103. And so while Mary was very brief, she managed with unbelievable respect to all the witnesses and extreme kindness, I would say, to a freshman coming in with, tell me how many times you've seen someone come in with over 100 amendments. Not all of them were offered and not all of them were passed, but just drafted to 100. I mean, that's like competing with the long bill there. I am looking forward to seeing you in future paths with where we go. But Mary, you've been an unbelievable backbone for this caucus and have brought so much to the table. I really am going to miss serving with you in this capacity, and I know everybody else in this chamber is. It really has been an honor to serve with you.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Madam President. I will be brief in honor of Mary. When I came in 2009, I wanted to be like Mary Hodge. If I could just shut my mouth and talk less, that would have worked. But, wow, thank you, my dear friend from Health and Human Services. But in Mary's style, I will say, when Mary Hodge talks, people listen.
Nice. All right, Senator Todd.
Thank you, Madam President. Are we president now or chair? Okay. And I will just be really brief. When I came into the House 12 years ago, I had the good fortune of being seated next to Mary. And when we were sitting there at the very beginning, and I said to her, I said, I don't know. This was kind of, we didn't get as many emails as we do now. I said, I cannot believe it. I came to the Capitol and I had this huge stack of all these letters about raw milk. I said, I don't even know who this crazy legislator is that'd be running a bill on raw milk. I don't even know what raw milk is. And she said, well, it's my bill. I said, oh, that's great. That's great. So then when I came over to the Senate, poor Mary, they seated me right next to her again. And her patience and her help to help me be a better legislator has been greatly appreciated. I will miss you sorely, Mary, and wish you well.
President Cadman.
How soon they forget.
I know.
I think we came in together, right? Has it been that long? 16 years. Some people don't change. The rest of us change for you. I think what wasn't completely articulated here was what you brought to the process on the JBC, and it's hard when everybody's already shared many of your characteristics that we would like to share as well. But I remember when you first got on the JBC, and I had known you for a while, and I thought, huh, who knew? And then when she presented the JBC, the budget that year, I thought, wow, she knew. Because you did know. You knew everything that you were dealing with. We all know what a tough job that was. You handled it as if you had always been on that committee. But I do remember one part of one year, which was partially shared earlier, when the Speaker of the House would not even get in the same room with the President of the Senate, and sometimes that's important during the budget, which was really creating that nuclear budget option of a second bill being drafted. I mean, the only thing worse than one long bill is two long bills, right? I mean, and really, you and your crew were a godsend then, and those of us in the second tier then got a budget done that's usually left in the hands of those that are one step up, they say. Your word is your bond. They preach, they teach that here, and if you don't learn that quickly, I don't think you can succeed here. But that's why you were so successful here. I actually can't share the bill that you helped me kill. But I remember having the discussion at that desk when both of us just happened to walk by, and I saw you had a vote sheet. And I said, where are you on X? And she said where she was, and I said, that's excellent. That's where I am as well. And you started counting your side, and you already had part of my side. And then within the next couple hours, we had both sides, and together we worked to kill that bill on the floor. And I just thought nobody even saw you coming, right? It was just this persistent, calm, quiet, smooth, gentle delivery. You used that another time on something that we could find no greater disagreement on in this building. And you remember that, what that was like in 2013. Some of us were here during that time. But I will tell you, watching what you did during something that created such emotional response from those of us that were in opposition to that issue, but watching you do it in such a way that I could have no more greater admiration for how you did your job here. I think, set a standard that most of us, if we could get halfway to, we would probably be twice as good as we think we are now. I just want to say goodbye to my colleague and my friend of 16 years. And it's really been an honor to serve with you. Thanks.
Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a tiny little gift for you, Mary, that my aide Lance helped with. Senator Mary Hodge. We smile when we see Senator Hodge or Mary because she is so rarely contrary. She knows small business real well. She has them all under her spell. She's an expert on water and farms, and when we need to sound alarms, the Senate will be at risk for harm without our nary contrary Mary's charm. We'll miss you.
Senator Ulibarri.
Thank you, Madam President. Mary, my senior senator in Adams County. Folks have spoken about you here in the building, but I want to talk a little bit about you out in the world. I've had the great joy of having you as a friend, not just here, but in the St. Patty's Day dinners where we're, covered in corned beef and you're still helping with my kiddo. And I see you and Dick and your grandkids show up. And you've just been an incredible role model to me as someone who shows up with grace and humility and patience, not just here, but everywhere. And when I would show up here and you would see something posted on Facebook over the weekend about my son starting driving or something else going on, you always had a kind word to offer. And I think you treated all of us that way, not just as senators, but as friends and as members of your own extended family. I know that's tough because in Adams County, we can be a pretty dysfunctional extended family at times, if anyone's done Adams County politics. But I could always count on you for your guidance and your wisdom and your compassion and love. And that's not going to go away from me, thankfully. And I'm so thankful that your leadership is going to continue in Adams County.
Senator Johnston.
Thank you, Madam President. I will have 3 words for Mary. Yeah, no, that's technically 2, by the way. Courage, commitment, and character. When I think about you, Mary, those are the 3 things that come to mind. And when I came to the Senate, I was both inspired by you and terrified of you because I think there's never been a senator that is more courageous than Mary. There is simply no one that ever intimidates her ever. There is not a single interest group. There is not a Senate president. There is not a committee chair that has any impact on what you believe once you believe it, because there is nothing they ever have to offer you that is worth more to you than who you are and what you believe. And so there's never a moment where when the building gets crazy, you ever get shaky because it doesn't occur to you that you might need to change. On commitment, I think the president mentioned it, but there is just, the first thing you taught me was that when you commit, that's it. That's all of you. That's what you bring to this building, and that your word is the most important thing you have to offer. And you taught me and others, I think, that there is part of the institution here that matters, and you carry that. But most of all, I think, is just your character. I just think not just to the way you behaved in this building and the way you've behaved on committees, but what I've seen of you as a human being, I think, is just remarkable. I thought I couldn't respect you more than I did as a senator until the day that we went to your son's service. And I watched the way that you, with just impossible grace, both gave every bit of dignity and mourning to that moment that it deserved, and never once stopped being kind of the force for life that you always have been. And I just thought, wow, how lucky he must have felt to have that mom for all those years. I certainly felt lucky to have you as my colleague for these 8.
Senator Heath.
Thank you, Madam President. And a couple of things from Mary. One doesn't take any words. I get emotional. My wife is going to get happy with me. But here we go. The only time you get scared of Mary is if you're running a license plate bill, right? How many have experienced a license plate bill and seen Mary in front of you on that committee? Everybody in here raised their hand that have experienced a no vote on a license plate bill. That's when you get scared of Mary. Sharing appropriations with Mary for the 4 years that I did. And I think you chaired it 3 of those 4 years, if I'm not mistaken. There is no one in here that chairs a committee like Mary. It's unbelievable. And the way you did it, I just marveled. And we always got good results. We always got there, but we did it in such an efficient way. The third thing is we have shared a hug every morning.
Senator Hodge.
Thank you, Madam President. 16 years. Who'd have thunk it? This graduate of Idalia High School, for those of you who don't know, that's in Yuma County, has served as a Democrat in the Colorado General Assembly for 16 years. It started 17 years ago. A friend of mine called and said, "There's a vacancy in this House district. You're a perfect fit. You understand our community. You've got common sense. You need to run for this House district." And I said, for God's sake, my feelings get hurt too easily. There is no way I am ever going to run for a political office. Took me almost a week to talk myself into it. So it's been quite a ride. I cannot tell you. I came in with no agenda. My intention was to serve as a moderate voice of reason for my constituents in Adams County. Adams County is pretty conservative, and I think I've accomplished my goal. It's been a privilege to serve on interesting committees. You heard that I've been on all kinds of committees. I started out on information and technology with Representative Pascal. What I learned in that committee was how to run a super motion 30 minutes before you were supposed to start the committee. And he did it to his own party, not to one of us. Agriculture, Livestock, and Natural Resources was my second committee when I came in here. I served under Representative Hoppe, where I learned that grace and wisdom makes a whole lot of difference when you're chairing a committee. She taught me well. The ensuing years have provided opportunity for growth in knowledge, strength, and confidence. The highlight of the years down here are probably the 4 years I spent on the Joint Budget Committee. The first year, we cut programs, we angered groups. Generally, we became despicable individuals. We did our job, we balanced that budget, and we became a family because nobody else was going to talk to us. In general, we have remained really close through better times. I thank you for the friendship. I thank you for the opportunities offered. I will miss this institution. I wish those who are returning well honor the traditions, preserve the process, and above all, enjoy your short stay, because it's a short stay even after 16 years. Thank you. Thank you for all you've done for me.
We're taking a brief break to recognize former Senator Tom Weens here. Please stand and recognize him.
Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Ulibarri, you are front and center, sir. The Senate of the Colorado Legislature convened in the second regular session of the 70th General Assembly hereby extends its heartiest congratulations and commendation to Senator Jesse Ulibarri. Senator Jesse Ulibarri was elected to the 69th and 70th General Assemblies, where he represented his fellow citizens with honor and dignity. During his tenure in the Senate, he served with distinction as chair of the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee, vice chair of the Judiciary Committee, and as a member of the Appropriations, Finance, Local Government, Legislative Health Benefit Exchange Implementation Review Committee, and Legislative Council committees. While serving in the Senate, Senator Ulibarri was elected by his peers as the Minority Caucus Chair from 2015 to 2016. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for his exemplary service to our great state and wish him well in his future endeavors. Given this 11th day of May, 2016, at the state capitol, Denver, Colorado, signed Bill L. Cadman, President of the Senate.
Thank you.
Minority Leader Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I wanted to say a few words about Jesse Ulibarri, Senator Ulibarri. He came into this Senate as one of the youngest ever, I think, to be elected to this Senate. But I was always amazed at the skills that he had. They generally belonged to someone who was much more mature than someone who was your age. You have been an activist, certainly, but in many ways you've polished those activist characteristics and brought them to the table where a lot of good work has been done. You opened doors that, through your bills that became laws, you opened doors that had been closed too long, and you closed some doors that had been open too long, always making it a better place. I see you as strong activist, strong words at times, but a gentle brother at heart. I'll always remember the time when we were hearing the Civil Unions Bill, and Senator Stedman and I were running that bill that last year, and you were, in your first session, you were the vice chair of Judiciary, and because I was on the bill with Senator Stedman, I had to go down to the testimonial stage and be with him, and you assumed the chairmanship. And you took that on and never missed a beat. You handled it with great care, and I think all of us were amazed at how you did that. That was not an easy thing to do, especially for a freshman to accomplish. I've always been amazed at your ability and your genuineness in terms of who you are as a whole person, which includes being a gay man. What you have done for us here in the Senate and for the community at large in helping everyone to understand that to be a gay man is to be a whole man. To be a gay man is also to be a father who happens to be gay, a brother who happens to be gay. But it's not all that you are. You're true. I watched you here sitting in your chair when you used to sit over here where Senator Johns sits now. And you held your little child in your lap. She was ill and she needed to be with you that day. She needed to have care, and you held her in your arms as you continued your work. And I've always been amazed at the gentleness of your fatherhood and the gentleness of your friendship. We shall long be thankful for what you've done in pushing human rights and civil rights to a much farther place along the road. And I'm honored to have known you and honored to know that we're going to keep getting to share some times together. Congratulations to you, the work you've done, the legacy you're leaving in these short 4 years is some that none of us who've been here many, many more years will probably not be able to match. Godspeed.
So you can clap. This is a good time to do it. We're not going to get to do this tomorrow. Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Ulibarri, to say that you hit the track running at this place is a total understatement. You did that indeed. And congratulations. I know we've had to chat about your next adventure, and I'm excited about that for you, and I know you're going to be successful there. When I think about you, I remember vividly hanging out there and a certain topic of a major bill that was going to be worked on in this area, and I remember somebody in the lobby coming up to me and saying, we've got Ulibarri. I got to admit, my first response was, no, we don't. And they said, no, we do, and he's really into it. Obviously talking about our adventures on defects. And I was skeptical, knowing what you would have to face inside baseball to take that position, given the dynamic of your side of the aisle. Wow, what a heroic effort. And what an honor it was to, not only you were into it, you gave everything you had and mastered that material and worked tirelessly on that effort. And not many people get to see you in that light, particularly from my side, and I want you to know it was a real privilege and honor to work with you on that and other things in this building. But just to see your passion and the energy that you gave to that particular really gave me an insight into you as an individual. And my friend, sir, it was an honor to serve with you, and I wish you well. We've got some things for you to take with you as well. Well, that one. And you're going to enjoy this in case you need an anchor for your boat. Congratulations. Absolutely.
Senator Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. President. So everybody who's within 5 minutes of meeting Jesse realizes how smart he is and what a quick study. And an incredible problem solver. Just a couple things I wanted to share that I got a first insight into that actually before you were elected, working on solitary confinement issues and a host of some of the really tough and challenging corrections issues, but looking at how the entire range of people in this state experience justice or injustice at the hands of law. And you were already making a difference even before you got elected. And then, as was said, you really hit the ground running. I think anyone would be hard-pressed to find someone who has had a bigger impact on the institution in 4 years than you have had in your time that's here. And I just want to leave with one of my favorite days, and some of us were able to join you when we were able to join you and Lewis getting your marriage certificate, and the celebration that we all felt on what really was a day of love and a day of victory. I could not have been prouder and was so honored that you were willing to share that moment of history with Colorado and with your colleagues. And I know that this is just the beginning of a next chapter where you will once and always be a social justice warrior, and we are going to all be very sad to lose you in the chamber, but it has been an incredible honor to serve with you.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Ulibarri, you impressed me very much on your coming here at first, and it's been said before, but your quick mind and your ability to translate that into words has me, I'm quite short on that. And I am very impressed with your oratory skills and your ability that you translated into representing your district and your constituents very, very, very well. I do wish you the best and trust that you will use your skills effectively. And you've got. It's quite true. Your age is different than some of ours. We kind of look at the end of this as maybe the end of the road, but for you, I'm sure it's just the beginning of a very long and productive path. And I wish you great congratulations on your job here and the best for the future as well.
Senator Grantham.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, it's been an honor to get to know you, to serve with you for the last 4 years. To serve on the Bromiddy with you. We'll be dealing with another one of our Bromiddy a little bit later on tonight. If you don't know what that is, it's no point in trying to explain it, I suppose. It has been an honor to serve with you. It's probably one of those things where I know for a lot of folks on my side, we find ourselves diametrically opposed on many things. But from our time on finance, I feel like from that point on, those 2 years there, and then these last couple years as well, I feel honored to be able to call you friend. And plus, my attempts at assassination through tangerines have been unsuccessful so far, but you never know what the future may hold. And so, one more for the road, sir.
Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually remember Jesse had called me up, and I was a new legislator and wanted to see if I would consider endorsing him. And I sat down with him at coffee, and I thought, oh my God, I can't believe he's asking me to endorse him, because already at that point in his life he had accomplished so much. One of the early things you did, Jesse, that amazed me, I don't remember when it was or for what reason, but you just sat there and created a very clever haiku. Just off the top of your head, and so I've made a haiku for you. Voice of the voiceless, gifted beyond all measure, agent of our future. Good luck.
Senator Heath.
I'll try not to. Jesse was a member of the President's Leadership class at CU, and for those of you that are not aware of it, it is a very, very difficult organization to get in. I had the privilege of chairing it. My wife actually served on the selection committee for Jesse, so we go back a ways, and I knew of this gentleman's intellect and his ability long before we ever got to share this. And Jesse, you have exceeded all expectations. It's incredible, and everybody's alluded to it, as to what you've been able to accomplish here in 4 years. As our caucus chair, for those of you that don't get to see that part of, you've done an amazing job of pulling 17 people who have, at times, differing points of view. And you've done it so gracefully. You have a future ahead of you that I think we all would want to aspire to, and we're all going to be excited to watch you. I like Morgan was there to share the ceremony in Boulder. with Lois, and all of us that were there will never forget it. Your mother, grandmother, it was amazing. It was amazing. But it was so much you. And the youth and vitality that you've brought to this, to particularly people who are of my vintage. No comments, everybody. But it's just added a dimension that we needed desperately. Thank you so very, very much for just being you.
Senator Martinez-Humanic.
Thank you, Madam President. For some of you may know, and some of you might not know, that I've had the pleasure of doing my town halls in Westminster with Senator Ulibarri and also Representative Winter. And the reason that we've done that is because we all decided together, collectively, that it would be in our constituents' best interest if we did them together. They could hear from all three of us at the same time. And we've been fortunate because we've been able to get anywhere from 50 to 60 people there every single time. And it has never been about us individually or what our votes were in this chamber. It's been about the people that we serve. And so I wanted to say thank you for being able to do that. And I really appreciate the opportunity to work with you. And I wish you all the best.
Senator Johnston.
You gotta go last. You gotta go last. You're the big dog.
Go ahead, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess it makes me a little bit happy that you're leaving, because I would have been bummed to not get to stay and serve with you, and so I feel like at least I'm not missing out. But there are a couple things I wanted to mention. I mean, one is I do think that when you look at the things that often seemed impossible 4 years ago, like could we actually allow all of the kids of mine who would have had to park 6 blocks away from Skyview High School every day and then walk those 6 blocks because they couldn't park in the school parking lot with their car to get to school. Could we envision a day where that kid could just get a driver's license? That seemed impossible then, so we were trying to solve silly workarounds instead of thinking we could just go straight at it and solve it, and you did that. Or could we just expand $40 million a year of funding for affordable housing to make sure that those kids' parents could actually get a place they could live? That seemed impossible. And you did it not just once, but twice, again, just yesterday. And so I share the awe at what you've gotten done in a very short period of time. And I remember how surprised I was when I found out you weren't going to run again, when you made that announcement. And I was thinking about you last night, and I was thinking about the Roman hero Cincinnatus, right, who you remind me of, which is Cincinnatus is this famous Roman figure who was a great warrior and then went back and was plowing his field when literally Rome gets invaded, and they come to him there with plow in his hand and say, "Will you come be emperor?" And he says, "If my country calls, I will." And he goes and he leads the army into charge for 3 years, and he says, "If I'm going to be here, I'll lead the infantry. I won't sit on a horse and watch it from the back. I'll lead the infantry and fight them myself." Defeats all 3 armies, saves Rome, and after that's done in 3 weeks, resigns the emperorship and says, "I'm done. I want to go back to farm and be with my 3 sons." And one of the things that surprises, it's so rare for someone who clearly could have stayed for 4 years and risen to leadership and probably held that gavel one day to say, there are other ways to make a difference. And my call is to go where I feel needed most. I often say, to young people who are thinking about what to do in the world, the question is not what you want to be as much as it is what you want to change. And I think most folks would see the world as once you got to be a senator, you should just stay there as long as you can. And for you, you were a fighter for social justice before you got here. You were one why you were here, and you will be one next. And all that matters to you is where you can make the biggest impact. I just think that's what the founders meant when they started a citizen legislature, was find folks who want to do this as part of their broader vision for the world. And you've just built such a rich vision of the world. And the last thing I want to say is, I don't know if I've told you this before, but spending all the years I spent in Thornton and spending all the years I have with the kids at Mesa, I can't tell you how meaningful it is for them to have you as a role model. They talk about you all the time. They come to visit you. When they're here, you're the one they always want to see. They just feel like to know there's a kid who scrabbled his way out of the trailer park and made it here. and is entirely comfortable in who he is and how he wants to change the world, I feel like brightens the eyes and lifts the spirits of a lot of kids who feel like this world isn't for them. And so for that greatest gift of all, I just want to say thanks.
President Cadman.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Ulibarri. You know, I've been in leadership here for a few years, and part of that is managing our team and sizing up your team. And I will tell you, when you got here, I was not happy. Not that we tried to keep you from coming, because I recognized right away, or at least let me tell you what I thought right away. I thought, oh no, here comes a young, attractive, intelligent, articulate, outspoken, compassionate, gay lawyer. I'm sorry, I thought you were a lawyer. I apologize for that. I should be fined for that. You are everything else. And you are a worthy political adversary, so I'm actually glad you're moving out of the state for much of your work. Unless you're fundraising, then maybe you should stay home. You are a person that inspires others. You don't have to command that they fall behind you. They want to fall behind you wherever you are going. I certainly don't believe in everything that you do. None of us do in everything that each other believes, but I certainly believe in you. I wish the first thing that we did when we came here was to share each other's cell phones, because actually that's how you and I started to get to know each other, from our texts. I'm not going to share them, they're pretty funny. You really don't like being called a lawyer, do you? Nobody does. Sorry, Madam President. I know you put your heart and your soul into everything you did here, and frankly, you left a piece of your heart and your soul in each of us that you served with. And I think all of us are better off for knowing you beyond our service here, and I look forward to us texting for many years to come. Don't change your number.
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Madam President. So one of my clear memories of Senator Ulibarri, I think I was out of state. I don't remember where I was, but I think I was out of state, and I had a question for him, and so I called him up on cell phones, on our cell phones, and he answered, and I just started talking to him, and he's engaging in the conversation with me, and I'm like, well, maybe we could just meet up a little bit later and go over this, or I'll call you back. He's like, yeah, I might not be able to talk a little bit later. I'm actually in the limo on the way to my wedding right now. But he still took the time to pick up his phone and have the conversation with me. Not sure how his husband felt about it at the time, but maybe they were just so delirious with happiness at the time that it was okay. But I remember that. But you know, people refer to me as a teacher. I think we're all teachers because we all teach each other different things. And what Jesse has taught me is about age differences. And he taught me what a silver tsunami was. And he helped teach me what a young whippersnapper is. And he also helped teach me what it means to raise your fist and say, "Get off my lawn."
Senator Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. Three things. I served 3 years with can we name names?
Yes.
Thank you. With Jesse on State Affairs. And you get to know somebody pretty well on that committee. And I got to tell you, I was proud and happy to have him being shoulder to shoulder on that committee on messaging and knowing what's going on and the bills. And I appreciate you doing that, Jesse. It's not a lot of fun. Sometimes there might be a party line vote in that committee. Sometimes. But you did a great job there. Thank you. Secondly, I represented part of Jesse's district. In fact, when I lived in Federal Heights, I lived, I don't know, a mile or two, maybe, from where you are now. And I know that mobile home park. I might have knocked on his door at one point. And you do a great job representing your district. Those are people who need a voice, and a lot of times they don't have one. And when my house district had 20% mobile homes. And that's why I call them mobile homes. I changed that in the statute. I don't call them trailer parks anymore. But the third thing is, when I was down here, I had a family, and I just couldn't afford to stay. And I know how hard the decision is for you to do this. But it's the right decision. We've talked about that. But Jesse's not going anywhere. He's going to be around somewhere. You know, his passion and his smarts and his work ethic is going to make that happen. And it's a pleasure to serve with you, Jesse.
I still think we should say Senator. I'm just saying. Out there, Jesse. Senator Ulibarri.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues, for your words of encouragement and love and support. I have to say I don't know how I feel right now. I may be thankful. Senator Jones leaned over to me during the last memorial we had here for a senator who had passed away, and he said, hopefully this happens very soon for you because most of us are going to be gone by the time you kick the can. I think he meant it as a compliment.
That'll be $5, Senator Jones. $5.
It was a bit macabre, but I do feel incredibly honored that I could stand here and hear how my colleagues see me in the world and how I've been able to develop relationships and friendships with so many of you over the course of the last 4 years. It's hard for me to leave this place, not just because I'm stepping away from the position of senator, but this has been my home away from home for the last 15 years. I'm 33, and the first time I came down for a grassroots lobby visit was when I was 18 years old. I've literally grown up here, fighting for my community, fighting for the things I'm passionate about. And although only 4 of those years were as senator, it does feel like I'm stepping away from home a bit. But I'm incredibly proud, not just of the work I've been able to do here, but of everyone I've been able to work with here. Even when we have our most intense debates and disagreements, I still get my assassination tangerines from Senator Grantham. Or a conversation about Star Wars and getting excited for the next movie. And I think about the times when our personal relationships have actually helped us make better policy and overcome some of our big disagreements. For me, my path here and my role in the Senate seems a bit unlikely for folks in my community. Most folks know, I say this all the time, I represent the trailer park where I spent my earliest years of life, but the community I was raised in is surrounded by 5 landfills, an oil refinery, the Rocky Mountain Arsenal. It is literally the place where everyone sends their trash. And growing up in a trailer and having the epithet trailer trash connected to me was clear that most folks didn't see value in me or my community or my neighbors. And that's something I flatly reject and have spent my adult years from 18 on down here saying, in fact, we do have value. And there are things we can do different. Bipartisan things that we've actually done here in this chamber. to make lives better for people in my district. I'm proud to say I'm trailer treasurer. And to leave a lasting mark with all of you is something that I'm glad I was able to experience in the last 4 years. I entered this building with 3 grandparents who were still living. They got to see me be sworn in here, and unfortunately all 3 have passed since. But I know that they look down on me and are proud of those achievements. I am going to miss all of you. No matter how crazy you made me, and I'm going to look at some of you right now, maybe in the back row. But I'm not going to go far. I'm going to be here by your side, helping along as much as I can, because this institution deserves the respect and care that all of you give it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Newell, welcome. The Senate of the Colorado Legislature, convened in the second regular session of the 70th General Assembly, hereby extends heartiest congratulations and commendation to Senator Linda Newell. Senator Linda Newell was elected to the 67th, 68th, 69th, and 70th General Assemblies, where she represented her fellow citizens with honor and dignity. During her tenure in the Senate, she served with distinction as chair of the Capitol Building Advisory and Continuing Examination of the Treatment of Persons with Mental Illness who are involved in the Criminal and Juvenile Justice System Committees, and vice chair of the Health and Human Services and Joint Technology Committees. She served as a member of the Judiciary, Local Government and Energy, Transportation, Business, Labor and Technology, Child Welfare, and Legislative Council Committees. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for her exemplary service to our great state and wish her well in her future endeavors. Given this 11th day of May, 2016, at the state capitol, Denver, Colorado, signed by Bill L. Cadman, President of the Senate.
Minority Leader Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, it's another great honor to say some words about one of our colleagues, someone, I met when I was first elected. I served with you, in fact, very closely with you because I was in your office with you. Thank goodness they removed me from the other senator's office from Denver who had kind of trashed out the place a lot, and before I knew it, I was able to go into your office, Senator Newell, and that was very helpful for me. I began to calm down and was able to think more clearly because you had peaceful things around your office. Senator Newell, you will always be known to me, and I know others, as the gentlewoman who embraced children. If there were ever a bronze statue built that showed a wonderful short figure of a woman sitting with her arms wrapped around children, that would be a fitting tribute in honor of you. For you have embraced the child, and not only the child that the children of Denver but you also embrace the child within yourself. And I've always recognized that. And you've helped me understand the child within myself. But you have always been faithful to the children. I know of no other right now that has been as faithful to the children of Colorado and throughout this nation as you have. Your continued year after year concern for the issues about suicide. And even there were some years where I thought, oh gosh, here we go again. Is this going to do anything? Is this going to do anything? Is this going to do anything? But I think only you knew at the time that if we're going to do something, it was going to have to be step by step. And you have always been willing to take those steps. You and I have shared a lot of conversations as friends and as colleagues. And I have been enlightened by who you are, and I have grown. You are short in stature, but tall, tall, tall in energy, strength, and faithfulness to the goodwill of this state and in this world. It's been an honor, and I'll consider you my friend for all the days ahead.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Newell, congratulations, and it's been an honor to serve with you as well. When I think of you, I have a flood of memories, service on committees, that mouthing the words to me, just one more question, just one more, and knowing you were lying. But it's interesting, probably the most vivid memory I have is goes back a ways to the beginning, actually before you came to this building, because you didn't realize it, and I don't think we've ever talked about it, but I actually knew you before you knew me. We were out on the trail, and I found myself at a chamber event where you were speaking, trying to get here the first time, and I remember hearing the intel on you, and the reports were, oh, not a problem, very doable, not a significant threat. And I remember I heard you, and I stepped out, and I think, if it wasn't my exact words, I made a phone call on my cell phone, and it was something like, Houston, we have a problem. You were exciting and vibrant, and you sparkled, and you captured that crowd that day. And it was really fascinating to watch. And you were passionate about your issues. You knew the issues, and you engaged them, and you won the right to come to this building. And congratulations. And it's been an honor to serve with you. I wish you well as you head off from this place. But yeah, you captured the hearts of a lot of people, not just that day, but during your tenure here. And it's been an honor and privilege. And add my voice to the chorus that wishes you well, and we've got these things for you to take with you as well.
President Cadman.
Ditto. Thank you, Madam President. Who doesn't run into Senator Newell and start smiling, right? Right? Her daughter's over there. She's like, yeah, that's my mom. Actually, it really challenges me to disagree with you. And we've had some pretty amazing conversations, and there's probably the most intense conversation I've ever had on any issue in here was with you in 2013 while we sat over there. And you were bawling. And then I wasn't bawling, it was hay fever, because it was springtime. You remember that conversation? I thought I had your vote, but I didn't. But I had your attention, and I think we had a human connection that you only hope to get with people a few times in your life. And I think if we had more of that, we could probably shrink this aisle. Maybe they wouldn't even have to have an aisle in a building like this for people that do jobs like this. But when you speak at this microphone or in a committee that you mentioned that we served on, she also has left me a few really, really interesting notes over the years, not always admonishing me. Some people, when they speak with their heart, it's like they have no mind. And some people that speak only from the mind, it's like they have no heart. But when you speak from your heart, it is so deliberate and engaging and compelling that people listen. And I'm not talking about announcements, which I heard when it was coming. You have a gift that you shared with us that if we could only take a piece of that, then we could share it with others. And I can't tell you how just truly blessed all of us have been to participate in this amazing process with someone that brings what you have and what you've lived through and your family experience and your life. And what you share with us, I know is some of it's incredibly painful. But I think through your pain, you have offered the healing that you also got with that pain to those of us who have suffered similar pain in our own lives. And you know I have as well. And so I just want to, I think I'm going to miss the Newell salve of your existence going forward. There's not a day that I don't look forward to seeing you when I'm here, and I definitely don't look forward to knowing that's not going to happen after today. It's been an honor to serve with you.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Madam President. Back in 2008, I was out there, worked out there 2002 through 2008 sessions. And during the primary season, my good friend, Senator Scheffel, was running and had an assembly and a primary. And down in Douglas County, when you win the primary, you're pretty much set for November. And it probably came as his call, Houston, we have a problem, but at one point, those of us who knew Lori Clapp as representative and wanted her to win that Senate district were asked, be at the King Soopers at Broadway and Littleton Boulevard. Saturday morning at this time, wear comfortable shoes. Diane and my boys and I, we walked precincts around that King Soopers. And that year we found yards, Republican households that had Obama signs in the front yard. And sometimes it was Obama clap. Sometimes there wasn't an Obama sign there, but there were a lot of Newell signs. And we know that when we do political work and go out and walk precincts and get involved, we don't know the candidate. We sort of visualize for ourselves who the opponent is, what she might be like. And then I was standing with my sons. I think Diane was there one day along Broadway, and I mentioned this to Senator Newell earlier. The first time that I actually saw Linda Newell, candidate, she was on top of a big red fire truck rolling down Broadway. And I thought, oh, Houston, we have a problem. That's the world of politics and campaigns and trying to win a race. Senator Newell and I didn't have much of a chance to work together, I don't think, when I was in the House for 4 years. But last year, I went to a committee fully intending to vote no. And I met two constituents, a mom and a daughter. The daughter is in a wheelchair. She had attempted to commit suicide. Then I came to learn that they live in Highlands Ranch. And I was staring at two constituents who had a vested interest in a bill
and I voted yes. And that lady who sat on the fire truck, who I kind of groaned, ugh, we have a problem, has consistently advocated for things that she has passion for, and sometimes she wins, and sometimes she loses. But I just wanted to thank you, Senator Newell, for having that depth of character and compassion and passion for this office. It is something I truly love. And thank you for maybe showing a hardened conservative from Douglas County how to have compassion for people who need it, especially when they're constituents. So thank you for your service. It's been truly an honor to be here with you in this chamber. God bless.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Newell. You know, I think we joke a lot here about what a prolific speaker you are, but I think we also know what a fantastic listener you are and how much you can help us be better legislators through facilitating understanding. I really cherish the time we've spent together this session, and you know, I think about coming here and meeting new faces in the red room here. I think about how welcoming everyone has been, and but I think about the face of welcome, I think of you, Senator Newell. So thank you so much.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Madam President, and I am delighted to be able to speak of my friend, Senator Newell. Linda and I do a town hall meeting together once a month, and we're at Heather Gardens, and it's primarily with senior citizens. And age has always been an interesting thing for all of us to look at, and I don't think that most of us look at how old someone is down here unless we're talking about Senator Ulibarri. And so by and large, we're always kind of looking at our senior citizens at Heather Gardens and listening to their stories and trying to make sure that there's a great outreach to accommodate their needs. But I'll tell a funny story, and I shared this with our caucus, but Linda and I were rooming together when we were on our retreat, and we were talking, and she said, oh, well, you know, we have all these things in common, and, you know, our kids and so forth, and everything. And I said, well, Linda, I'm older than you are. And she said, I said, you know, my kids are 40 and in their late 30s. And she said, oh my gosh. She said, well, how old are you? And ever since then, I've kind of thought, okay, Linda's blind to how old people are. And that's good, because what she does is she just recognizes and acknowledges all of us on the same plate, except for, of course, Senator Ulibarri. And that's kind of one way of looking at how Linda looks at people. She doesn't categorize them. She doesn't identify you in one special way or only one limited way. She really is so accepting and loving of each and every person that she meets. Her genuine spirit of love and care for everyone she meets is radiates through her life. And I was proud to sit with my friend Senator Suzanne Williams with Linda in a restaurant in Aurora, saying, you need to run for state senate. You are a great candidate for the fact that you will serve your people, you listen well, and you look at things from a broad perspective and holistically. And that is what being a good senator and being a good legislator is about. Having good listening skills, bringing your gifts and talents, and being able to serve. It has been an honor to serve with you, my friend, and I know our paths will cross again. I know good things will always come to you because you are so deserving, because of your gift of always giving so much of yourself. God bless you.
Senator Carroll.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, has anyone going to ever think about conflict resolution the same without, I mean, really, honestly, the first time you hear conflict resolution or mediation, is there anyone who doesn't think of Linda when we hear this? And what a necessity that has been in the chamber and every place we go. I think the minority leader had also mentioned just really such the perfect tribute to a real champion for children. And I don't think there's anyone in this chamber who could think about advocacy around children's issues that doesn't think of you when you go through here. The other thing I wanted to add is just stakeholders and stakeholder process. I have never seen, there's a few of you who come close, but I have never seen someone be willing to have more meetings and have more conversations, and as has been said before, listen and change and amend and have more meetings. I don't even want to know what your calendar looked like about how many meetings you have had over the 8 years you have been here, but the patience, and listening takes patience. And I think the fact that you've been flexible and responsive and willing to listen to so many different people and communities as you've worked on the issues you're really passionate about, it's really, really, really very extraordinary. I think out of those served before, it has served you well, it has served policy well, and it has gotten things accomplished that I think wouldn't be possible. So I just had to add this to a little bit of perspective that you can't really think about conflict resolution, stakeholder meetings, or children's advocacy issues without thinking about you. And it has been an amazing honor to serve with you.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Madam President. When I first showed up at the Senate and got into a committee meeting, I looked beside me and there was Senator Linda Newell. And then when I went to my next committee meeting, there sitting beside me was Senator Linda Newell. And we went through a couple of years that way. And then when I got reassigned to the committees I was on, the next assembly, there sitting beside me was Senator Linda Newell. And I'm not sure if there's probably been some committee that we weren't on together for. But, and you know, we didn't always agree. Surprise, surprise. But I believe we've always been agreeable. And you've taught me a great deal in that respect. And you've never been without words. But I am right now. Gonna miss you.
Senator Martinez-Humanic.
Thank you, Madam President. I've had the pleasure of serving on the Health and Human Services Committee with Senator Newell, and also had the opportunity to be on the Capitol crew team for the MS Walk last year, and I think there were only 3 of us, actually. Senator from Denver and Senator Newell and I. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to participate this year, but you've had a lot of passion with regards to Omnibudsman, a lot of passion with regards to the Joint Technology Committee that we both serve on. And it's been a pleasure to work with you, and I've learned a lot about how you are patiently persistent with that. I think I've got an amendment that they're going to agree to. And so I appreciate the tenacity of the niceness that you've had, but you've come back all the time and I think we're almost there. We're almost there. I've written something new. So I've appreciated that, and it's been a pleasure to work with you, and I wish you the best in everything that you do. And I think you have been a real voice here from what I've heard and from what I've experienced just in the last 2 years. So thank you.
Senator Johnston.
Thanks, Madam President. I think the most astounding success of conflict resolution in Senate history was the talk that Senator Lundberg just gave. Probably first time I've seen you choke up, I think, Senator Lundberg here. It's a great tribute to you. I thought about you a lot this weekend because it was Mother's Day. And I don't know if it's been the age of your girls, but I just think about you so much as a mom, and as a mom doing this work. And there was this beautiful post that Sheryl Sandberg put on Facebook over the weekend about what it's like to be a single mom, and I read it. And it just reminded me so deeply of you. And I thought I would read a quick passage. It says, she lost her husband last year, and so she says, I did not really get how hard it is to succeed at work when you were overwhelmed at home. I didn't understand how often I would look at my son's or daughter's crying face and not know how to stop the tears. How often situations would come up that I did not know how to handle on my own. I never understood how often the world would remind my children and me of what we didn't have, from father-daughter dances to parent night at school. For many single mothers, this is the only world they know. Each and every day, they make sacrifices, push through barriers, and nurture beautiful families despite the demands on their time and energy. I just thought that was so clearly what you've done. You've not only been just a relentless advocate for children and for folks that didn't have a voice in this building, but you have at every step along the way been an incredible mom. And I just think, Brittany, how proud you must be today to see your mom, not just for the family that she's built and the career that she's built, but for her insistence that she will always find a way to do both. I love you.
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Madam President. So all of us have been in races, political races at some point, but only some of us in this room have been in those races where you literally acquire a full-time job, knocking doors, making phone calls, doing the campaign stuff. Only a few of us have been in there, where you're knocking on doors and you see the mailbox right next to the door, and you ring the doorbell and you're checking your list and your eyes wander over to the mailbox, and sticking out of the mailbox you see your picture, and it's not a complimentary picture, and it says something that you wouldn't have necessarily said about yourself, nor necessarily agree, Mr. President. But Senator Newell, those times when I'd be out at the doors knocking, and it'd be an afternoon, it'd either be 110 degrees, blazing sun, and my field director had sent me into my one precinct that had no shade. Thanks, Jackie. Or it was one of those 40-degree days that you don't know if it's called hail or sleet or freezing rain. Whatever it is falling on you doesn't feel very good. But invariably, and I don't know how she did this, but invariably, those days when I was out knocking those doors, I would either get a phone call or a text from Senator Newell right at those moments, and telling me to just carry on with what I was doing. And I don't know how you did that, but it just goes to show the compassion and thinking about other people at those particular times when they need to be thought about to get through their day. So thank you for those texts and phone calls, Linda.
Senator Heath.
Thank you, Madam President. It was November 2008. I had just won my election, and I went to and was invited to go to Children's Hospital just to get acquainted with Children's Hospital. And Kevin, I found Linda Newell sitting next to me, too. Linda had, the election was just over, and I don't know where Mark is, but I think the vote count was under 100 difference at that point. Very close, anyway. You didn't know whether you'd won. And, but she was there. And I don't think I realized it at the time, but how fitting it was to meet you at Children's Hospital. How fitting to meet you at Children's Hospital. And then I met your children. And Brittany, thanks, welcome. And I'll get it together again. And what a wonderful couple of girls. And how they've stuck with you and how you've stuck with them through thick and thin. And we've shared many conversations about both. And how you've managed as a single mom to do all that you have and yet be available to everyone at all the times. I don't know how you've done it, young lady. You know, we kid you, and the president has been unrelenting in asking you for announcements. But I would ask you to think about what those announcements have been every time. It was today was a perfect example. You had your red nose on, another great cause. But it always had to do with something you cared passionately about. And those passions carried over to the bills that you've sponsored here over these 8 years. And the success you've had, I think, goes back exactly to what my friend Senator Johnston Mike said about you, Kevin. You were able to reach out and touch people like nobody I ever know can do it. It is an incredible trait that you have. And it's why you've been so successful here. So all of those announcements, you got us to do things that none of us ever thought we would do. We would show up just because you asked, and more importantly, because you cared. What a privilege it has been to serve with you, my friend.
Senator Crowder.
I wasn't going to come down and speak, but I thought I would. You know, the thing about I will always admire about you is, you know, these committees, they run long and they run hard, and, you know, and we're all real tired. And when the person that's, it seems like when the person that's testifying gets done, you have to raise your hand for one more. And normally what you do is you thank that person for coming. You make them feel special. You make them feel important. And that's what I will remember about you. Well, plus your height. But, you know, it has been an honor to serve with you. I appreciate your caring for the people. And, you know, I've learned a lot from you. But your passion for people does show clear and broad. And for that, I thank you.
Senator Grantham.
Thank you, Madam President. And Senator, it's been an honor to serve with you. Your smile, your demeanor, you brighten the room when you walk in. I want to thank you for that. On tough days, it's a really great quality to have in in someone you work with. You've taught many of us different things. I think from the well here, I've learned one very important thing from you, that any great piece of legislation in order to truly be sold to anybody in the room, you must understand that it is for the kiddos. Thank you, Senator.
Your turn, Senator Newell.
I don't know how more full of a heart you can have. It's almost like being at your own funeral. It really is. I mean, what a phenomenal experience. Thank you. I was not supposed to be here. I wasn't supposed to be here. Representative Lori Clapp was supposed to win that seat in 2008 because she had an R after her name. But a few of us hungry volunteers walked 30,000 doors that summer and fall together, and it was only a few of us. And I did go to every single chamber event. I went to everything. And we worked so hard, my daughters and I and the steering committee. But when it came down to election day, and it was going up and down in the numbers, and we had no freaking clue who was going to win. And that night, we still didn't know. The next night, we still didn't know. And my daughters and I literally, around the house, we would be pacing and we would be refreshing the computer screen. And so 21 days later, I was walking into this building in new member orientation, not knowing if I had won or not. At the same time, Representative Lori Clapp was attending new member orientation, not knowing. And it was a phenomenal time of uncertainty, but also of trust and faith. And I think that that is what really stemmed the beginning of my Senate career. I think that in knowing that I won by 0.053%.
We know. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Newell, I'm sorry, I thought that was my inside voice.
Which is how I got the term landslide, Linda. I was a deer in the headlights. I had never been in public office. I had filled a vacancy of a candidate, and I just knew, and my girls and I just knew that this was meant to be. It really was out of our hands, and it was really in God's hands. But then in 2012, when it was time to rerun, my girls looked at me and said, "Why would you want to do that? You get yelled at by strangers. You don't have time for us. You definitely don't have time for a man. And you make so little money. You are penniless." And I turned to them, and I took about 48 hours, and I decided I'm going to run anyway. And it was really a rift in our family for a while because they really didn't want for me to run. And in the summer of 2012, when I was walking door to door and wearing out my tennis shoes, and we were hammered by mailers and negativity and rumors and falsehoods, by the way. And I stood there in the middle of 2012 and thought, why am I doing this? But I picked up my shoes the next day, and I kept walking, and I kept listening doors. And it was then that I came back with a much heftier margin, I think only because of the determination that this little body has, and that, that I wholeheartedly believed that I was meant to serve in that capacity in a way that had not been done before. I was the first Democrat to ever win in the history of that seat once, and definitely a second time, and I'm really proud of that. I am so grateful to my constituents, even the ones who slammed their doors in my face not knowing who I am. But I think what I'm most grateful for is how I found my calling here. I had no idea what I was going to work on in policy, and it just so happened that there was a hole. There was a hole in both chambers, that there was no child advocacy, and nobody wanted to get in that complicated area of policy. And so I jumped in, and I'm so grateful for that. I am so proud of the work I've been able to do in a bipartisan way and a nonpartisan way for the children and families. I have to say one last thing, that I hope that most of my constituents, I'm proud of my job performance, but those of you who don't or aren't, you go try to run in a purple districts. You go try to represent Republicans and Democrats and unaffiliateds and Tea Party and Libertarians, and you try to match those competing interests. It's difficult. It's not only hard to run, but it's really hard to serve that too. But I am so grateful. We are so lucky in this chamber. We are so lucky. There are 35 people in this chamber who can say that they have done this. And I'm proud to be one of them. Opening day of 2014, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. And I didn't know what my future was going to be. And I didn't even know if I was going to stay in office. And that's when we had our conversations. But I am grateful to God and that I now present as benign MS, and it has not even stopped me a bit. But I have changed. I've changed, and I've honored my family and myself, and realized I cannot sacrifice myself and be a good servant to the public. So if we were going to change anything about people serving down here, I would hope that someday we could change, that we aren't selfless servants, but that we are fulfilled public servants. And I'm so honored to have served with all of you. Thank you.
Brittany, would you come escort the Honorable Landslide Linda Newell from the well? Isn't this fun? Not sure how much more fun I can take.
Okay, going to do Pat next.
Not yet.
Oh, not yet? Oh.
Message from the House.
May 11, 2016, Mr. President, the House has adopted and returns herewith Senate Joint Memorial 5. The House has adopted the first report of the second conference committee on Senate Bill 180 as printed in the House Journal May 11 and has repassed the bill as so amended. The bill is returned herewith.
Signing of bills.
May 10, 2016, the President signed House Bills 1006, 1034, 1056, 1101, 1114, 1186, 1231, 1260, 1282, 1287, 1309, 1311, 1349, 1354, 1360, 1373, 1402, 1425, 1432, 1442, House Joint Resolutions 1022, 1024, and 1026.
Conference committee report.
First report of the Second Conference Committee on Senate Bill 180. This report amends the re-revised bill of the President, Senate, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your second Conference Committee reporting on Senate Bill 180 concerning a specialized program within the Department of Corrections for certain offenders who were convicted as adults for offenses they committed as juveniles and in connection with making appropriation is met and reports that agreed upon the following. That the Senate accede to the House amendments made to the bill as amendments appear in the re-revised bill with the following changes. Respectfully submitted, Senators Woods, John,
What have you?
Lundberg, and Representatives Kagan, Ransom, and Lee.
Consideration of conference committee reports. Senator Woods. Mr. Majors.
Senate Bill 180 by Senators Woods and John and Representatives Kagan and Ransom concerning a specialized program within the Department of Corrections for certain offenders who were convicted as adults for offenses they committed as juveniles in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Woods.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move for the adoption of the second report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 180. First Conference Committee.
Is there further discussion?
Yes.
Senator Woods.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I do believe it was the second conference committee.
Yes. Is there further discussion on the second conference committee report? I think there is.
Okay.
It is being distributed. Colleagues, just to give you a heads up, we're going to deal with this. Then we are going to take a quick break to use the facilities and to grab dinner. And we are going to do it quick. If they can evacuate a 747 in 2 minutes, we can grab dinner in less than a half hour. The tables are set up in the normal place, but they have been moved out, centered, so that we can have 2 lines going down them. Get back here so that we can finish our evening together. Senator Woods.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move for the adoption of the first report of the second conference committee on Senate Bill 180.
To the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had our second conference committee, and these are the changes we made to Senate Bill 180. We have broadened the group of sex offenders who do not qualify for the program. There were 2 places in statute. They're listed. We took the broadest listing there. We have added those who committed murder with reckless indifference to the consequences of their crime to the felony murder group and allowed those people to still get into the program after 20 years. But we have said that those guilty of first-degree murder will not get into the program until they've been in prison for 25 years. All of these offenders who get into the program will spend 5 more years in prison, and then they will be eligible for application to the governor for a parole hearing. We have stripped off the amendment that was offered in the House that said anyone guilty of first-degree murder at 17 could never get into the program. We're keeping the age of adulthood at 18, as we should. And I believe those are all the changes. Some of this is technical, just clean up language and technical, but those are the changes that we have agreed to with the House. And the House adopted the conference committee report 56 to 9. Do you want to tell them about the vote? Oh.
Senator John.
And we are most happy to report that the House passed the bill 55 to 10.
Is there further discussion on the conference committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the first conference committee report of the second conference committee. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the committee report is adopted. Senator Woods.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move for readoption of Senate Bill 180 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 1, readoption of Senate Bill 180. Are there any no votes? Senator Cook, Senator Scott, Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Roberts, Senator Baumgardner. With 30 ayes, 5 no, 0 absent, 0 excuse, Senate Bill 180 is readopted. Co-sponsors. Minority Leader Guzman. Senator Merrifield. Senator Newell. Senator Heath. Senator Kafalis. Introduction of bills. Psych. Majority Leader Scheffel.
Scared me.
Always works. It just does.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, take it back in time here, on Senate Bill 104, I move for the reconsideration of the readoption of Senate Bill 104.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 104 will be reconsidered. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title of Senate Bill 104?
Senate Bill 104 by Senators Todd and Sonnenberg, Representative Becker J. Concerning incentives to become a teacher in a rural school district of Colorado in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. President. And due to an error in the transference of the bill from the House to the Senate, what we voted on was an incomplete bill. They forgot to include all of the bill when we voted on it. And so as a result of that, we now need to revote on Senate Bill 104, and this is the bill from Sterling and Aurora coming together for rural teachers, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the readoption of some version of Senate Bill 104. Are there any no votes? Senator Marble, Senator Neville, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Lundberg, Senator Hill, Senator Holbert, with 29 ayes, 6 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 104 is readopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Tate, Senator Woods, Senator Crowder, Senator Kafalis, consideration of House adherence. Mr. Majors, Majority Leader Scheffel. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title? Of House Bill 1183.
House Bill 1183 by Representative Buckner, Senator Crowder, concerning aligning changes made to the Federal Child Care Development Block Grant reauthorization in 2014 to the Colorado Child Care Assistance Program.
Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate lay over House Bill 1183 to the 12th day of May.
You've heard the motion. Is there further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1183 will lay over until May 12th. Colleagues, please grab food, facilities, and return as quickly as humanly or senatorially possible. Signing of bills.
President signs Senate Bills 138, 150, 174, 191, 198, 209, and 211.
The Senate will be in recess. me welcome Senator Schwartz back to the chamber. Where did she go? Oh, there she is. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Stedman, you're here. Prepare. Colleagues, the Senate of the Colorado Legislature convened in the second regular session of the 70th General Assembly hereby extends its heartiest congratulations and commendation to Senator Pat Stedman. Senator Pat Stedman was elected to the 67th, 68th, 69th, and 70th General Assemblies, where he represented his fellow citizens with honor and dignity. During his tenure in the Senate, he served with distinction as chair of the Appropriations and Joint Budget Committees, vice chair of the Appropriations, Judiciary, Joint Budget, and Legal Services Committees, as well as serving as a member of the Education and Finance Committees. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for his exemplary service to our great state and wish him well in his future endeavors. Given this 11th day of May 2016, at the state capitol in Denver, Colorado, signed Bill L. Cadman, President of the Senate. Congratulations, Senator Stedman.
Minority Leader Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Stedman, I don't know how you feel, but as far as I'm concerned, I can't believe this time has come. It's a time where I think none of us in our caucus wanted it to happen and wanted it to come true. You've been a part of this movement for years, even before you came into the Senate. While you've been into the Senate, it's hard for us to believe that this time is coming to a close, at least in a formal way. You know, there are, let's see, 2016, 2009 to 2016, you can kind of see it on the marquee 2009-2016, and somebody has said once before that it's all about the dash. What does the dash mean? You know, the dash, what happens between this year and that year? You see it a lot on cemetery stones. Born this year, dash this. Although, even though the other senator was remarking this seemed like a funeral, this is not a funeral. But let's just look at 2009-2016. What all has occurred in that dash? And it's been impressive to me. I know it's been impressive to our colleagues here in the Senate. What all is there? You're first of all a friend to me and to others here. I've known you as a friend and will always know that I have you as a friend for always. I know of no one else in our caucus that is a scholar of the Constitution, as you are. You are a leader of both human and civil rights. I'm always and have always been jealous of the number of times you get your name in the paper, and even more jealous of the times you get your photograph and your name on the front page of the paper, and even more jealous in terms of how many editorials there have been with your name, and actually even more upset when they all support your bills. Your editorials have always been amazing, and sometimes I've always tried to open up the paper to see what the editorials are saying in terms of you and what you stand for and what your bill is, and then I know that it's a good bill and it's a good way to go, and so I try very hard to study that and get in the mode. You know, the beauty of politics is something it's hard. It's a way of life that's not easy. And we choose it, all of us choose it for many different reasons. And I think you have been, for me and for all of us, the politician of the decade, the politician of the decade here in the Senate, the politician of an era for us because of what you have managed to do by leading us and leading this Senate and leading this legislature to a new era where things have changed, but they would not have changed without your ability to, in a scholarly way and in an activist way and in a humanitarian way, to present to Colorado the challenge to become the community that cries when it needs to cry, that bends towards justice, and the community that celebrates when it's time to celebrate. And so I wish you the best. There's so much to say about you, and I know that others will help me do this. There's so much to say about you. All I can say is, I can't believe this time has come. Can't believe it's time for you to clean off your desk, to take your papers and put them in a book or in a bag and carrying them out. I really just cannot believe that come next January, that office will be filled not with you, and that your time here has gone. It's both sad, and yet it's with a great sense of pride that I will remember you when your vacancy here reminds me every day of the journey that still needs to happen, the journey towards human rights and civil rights. And for that, I'm grateful for you and your leadership and your friendship. Godspeed. Keep the courage. Keep going.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Stedman, congratulations. Thank you for your service to the state, and it's been an honor to serve with you. You're going to hear a parade of people that are going to get up here and say how smart you are, how capable you are, your mastery of the budget. That's all true. When I think of you and our interactions here together, I think of a couple of different things. With the shift in power that came with this place a couple years ago, when I was elected the majority leader, one of the first things I heard is, you better figure out the rules and you better watch out for Pat Stedman. And what happened as a result of that is I rolled up my sleeves and tried to figure out the rules, but really the benefit that came out of that whole shift was you and I developed a bit of a relationship. In fact, somebody said to me one time last year, I see you going over and talking to Pat, what are you doing? And I was going over to talk with you and check on different things, and I found the best approach was really to get out in front of issues that we thought we were facing. And in the face of that, there was no gamesmanship, no one-upsmanship. You never held that over me. You always reached out with a hand and said, hey, let me help. Have you thought about this? Did you see this one? And this is a totally appropriate opportunity for me to say thank you. And it really bleeds into the next issue, which is more of recent. You and I have spent some time together, and again, instead of retreating to our respective corners, because we're well aware, there's an aisle here for a reason, and we're on different sides of it for a reason. But what a privilege it's been to be able to sit down with you, and you're a pretty calm guy, I'm a pretty calm guy, and we had just some excellent discussions, and they all started with saying, I wonder if. Well, maybe if we think through this. And bottom line, we're able to accomplish some things and move the ball here a little bit. And it's an honor and privilege to have served you, and I know you'll continue to in that service in whatever capacity. And I wish you well. We've got some things to take with you that will remind you of this place. So again, thank you and congratulations.
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. President. And there will definitely be a lot of accomplishments and compliments paid to Senator Stedman in the next few minutes, I'm sure. But in the time I've known him, I met Pat actually right before I started in the House. Right before my appointment, I came down here to try and get a lay of the land and see if this is something I wanted to do. And I'll never forgive Senator Stedman for not warning me away from it, but he was one of the first people in this building that I met, and I'm glad I did. But of all of the things he worked for and accomplished before coming to this chamber, all of the things he worked for and accomplished in this chamber, and the list is extensive and impressive. But the other evening, a few of us were talking, and the thing that struck me the most was that he talked about what he didn't get done. He talked about what he still wanted to accomplish. And if you've talked to him in the last couple of weeks, you know that sometimes he's in that mood that he's ready to move on and have life after the Golden Dome. But that evening when we were talking, he was talking about the things yet to come and the things that he was sorry he hadn't yet accomplished, but many of us will work on those things. But to me, that is the true heart of Pat Stedman, is that there's always something else to work on. There's always that next step. So thank you for being a role model. Thank you for being who you are, Pat Stedman. You've changed the arc of history in how it bends towards justice.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I voted for term limits way back when, and Pat Stedman is a reason I regret doing that. The people of his district, the district that he represents, deserve to be able to re-elect him and keep him here in this chamber. Those of us who spent time in this building out on that side of the glass, I think, have an advantage because we understand the people and the process, the places where things happen in this facility. When I made it here in 2011, in my first term, I was very aware of Senator Pat Stedman and his abilities, his understanding of the people and the process and the places. On the rare occasion, being a member of the House, that there might be some joint committee or the JBC, when I was in the same room, I would watch Senator Pat Stedman, and I would cringe when he would get up from his desk and walk over to the statute books and grab something and start reading. It's like, oh, what's he up to? There were times when I would cringe and wonder what he's up to, but there were also times where I would walk across the street and ask, hey, you got a minute? Because his understanding of the budget and this whole process and his understanding of politics is, I think, unmatched. And I have an idea. What do you think of this? And Senator Stedman would not withhold advice, perspective, simply because I was a member of the other chamber or the other party. If there's an opportunity there, he has always demonstrated an ability, a willingness to work together and try to move the ball, whatever that idea might be. We lack statesmanship because we have term limits. About the time that we get really attuned to how this place works, who the people are, it's time to go. Those of you, Senator Hodge and President Cadman, who spend that rare 16 years in this facility, I think Weissman's the only one I know that came here and then went there, but If I were to run in 18 and were successful, I'd spend a total of 12. But in 8 years, Senator Stedman has changed this state. I can't say I've always agreed with the changes, but it's just remarkable. It's an honor to have served with you. I think of this job, sometimes I love hockey. And in hockey, players take each other into the boards and they trade hard hits. They beat each other. One wins, one loses, and at the end, they gather together and shake hands. And Senator Stedman, I'm truly sorry to see you go. This institution is going to suffer a huge loss of institutional memory and understanding of the people and the process. And I'm sad to see you go. If I lived in your district, I wouldn't have a chance of winning. You paid me a compliment once that if you lived in Douglas County, you might even vote for me. And the feeling is mutual. Congratulations, and thank you, sir.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I heard the good senator or Madam Minority Leader speak about being jealous about media this, media that, and I don't have to be jealous because Pat, so if I have to pay a fine, I have to pay a fine, but the good senator here, we're above the fold on the Denver Post, so we can always share that. I've enjoyed working with you. We've not always agreed on everything. You've been very helpful on a lot of pieces of legislation that I had problems with, and it was because of your knowledge and a lot of times your guidance how to get through this stuff. And I just wanted to say that thank you for that. You will be missed in this chamber. And with that, just thanks, Pat. Appreciate it.
Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I really was trying to think of what to say, and I didn't come up with any great witty moments and Pat deserves something really funny and biting and witty, but I couldn't do it. But I wanted Pat to know, I'm sorry, Senator Stedman, how much he means to me and how much I've cared for him and how important he's been to me over the past years. Pat's one of those people, this job to me, starting with when I was elected to the State House, was one of the most humbling, slap-in-the-face moments because I used to think I was smart before I got elected. And then I started meeting really smart people. And I'm thinking of people like Jack Palmer and Morgan Carroll and Pat Stedman that made me think, why did I think I was smart? But I was smart enough back then to go to people like Pat Stedman when he was a lobbyist and say, Pat, what does this really mean? How would you suggest that I do this? When I became chair of the Education Committee, I swear I could not have done the job that I'm proud to say I did without Pat's advice. Frequently I would come to, and he would tell, well, there's this and there's this. And he would always give me both sides. If you do this, this will happen, and they'll do that, and he would help me strategize it. And the loss to, not to my caucus and to the entire Senate, I think it's inestimable. How we'll make up for it, I'm frightened to think about what it'll be like without Pat. But one silly little thing is that I will think always fondly of Pat, but certainly when I put on my socks every day. So, Pat, thanks for everything.
Senator Lundberg.
Senator Stedman, you're a gentleman, you're a scholar, and you're a mathematician. And I mean that sincerely, because you are one of the very few people who have actually conquered the depth, breadth, and dynamics of the budget and done a great service to the people of Colorado in processing that and coming up with the final result, which is a balanced budget that works. And for that, the people of Colorado are grateful, and I am too. Thank you.
Senator Johnston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I knew that everybody would get up here and talk about your incredible mind. And I thought that that is one of my favorite parts of you, but not my favorite part. Everyone talks about your giant brain. I am not going to talk about your giant hands. I'm going to talk about, I thought you'd appreciate some inappropriate humor at the end. You also love off-color humor, so that seemed appropriate. But no, my favorite thing about you, Pat, is your giant heart. I just feel like people spend so much time with your tremendous strategic sense and your political genius and your legal knowledge. But I just find the thing that always overwhelms me the most about you is your heart. And there are two quick stories I want to tell. And I was really looking forward to and anxious about saying about you tonight because this was where it started for you and I. In this well together almost exactly 7 years ago. We came in to be sworn in together as part of a vacancy committee. I'd never met Pat before. We were both elected similar weeks, and they decided to swear us in on the first day, and I, not surprisingly, had no idea what I was doing or where I should go. And Pat, of course, showed up, never having met me before, and brought matching boutonnieres for both of us. And helped pin them on me. We looked great down here in the well. You gave a beautiful speech, and I just thought was so welcoming and warm and making me feel like this was home before I really knew it to be that. But the one that I will always remember of you is after the efforts we made at civil unions and failed. And then and then losing Dave, and then when it passed. And I don't know if you remember, but I do deeply, the night that the first civil unions in Colorado were issued. And you were fighting a monumental bill at the well. I don't know what it was, but I remember for hours watching you debate as all of us were sitting over here on social media, weeping as we were watching the folks who were walking into the courthouse in downtown Denver to pick up the very first civil union certificates, that they were getting only because of you, that they were getting only because of your tenacity and your conviction. A civil union you would never get to hold yourself or get to carry yourself, and you didn't take the time to worry about it or to bemoan it or to miss him. You were just unbelievably committed that night to doing the work of the people. And while the rest of the folks' lives have been changed on your behalf, you were still here, still fighting, because the things that mattered most to you was getting it done right. And I think you have always had an amazing commitment to getting it done right. At the end of the day, I always love talking to you, but mostly I just love you. I have from the first day we walked into this chamber together and every other day since then. And I'll look forward to getting to do it a lot more days to come.
Senator Heath. Senator Newell.
Well, Senator Stedman, man, there have been so many things we haven't agreed on. But the things that we have agreed upon have been extremely important. I think one of the things that I always realized with you was that your level of touch with humanity was extremely important. I think that was something that we always seemed to share. There are commonalities there, I think, that crossed a lot of divisions. And I can recall, a couple of different times in the heat of debate that would come out, and you would feel that level of connection. And of course, I think one of the important things we see in this legislature quite a bit. We have had some tremendous battles regarding civil liberties and issues there. Sometimes we would agree on certain civil liberties, and other times we wouldn't. But when we agreed, we could get things done that were phenomenal, and I think that was extremely important. But your professionalism, I remember actually three issues I can remember, three things I can remember. One was, I think it was Senator Newell had a bill, first of all, in 2012, and she was trying to explain to me we were talking about the numbers behind the bill, and there were some issues there, and as well as Senator Newell understood the bill, Senator Stedman came over and said, this is what's going on with this bill, and he offered to get me information to back up we listened to what he had to say, and there was total trust there because I was, very familiar with Pat and what he does with numbers, and what he was saying was true, it made sense, and there was no question about it. That's important because I think that level of trust is hard to come by in this legislature. Also, sense of humor. We were talking about. I'm not going to get into the issue we were talking about the other night, but sense of humor is the thing that really can make a difference with people and can bring people together. And sometimes it can be pretty unique and pretty funny. But the fact that we can, humble ourselves a little bit and make sure that we see the humor in things even when we don't always agree. It's extremely important because again, that's that humanity that's kicking forward and kicking in. And also, Senator Stedman, you were one of the first ones to congratulate me when I first came to the legislature, the end of 2011 when I was sworn in. So I appreciate that, sir. It means a lot. And we're going to miss you here, but there's so much more than this. And we were talking in session the other day in the committee, and somebody was saying that it was tough for you to be caught in the middle, I think, as an attorney or whatever. And my comment is that, with your skill level and your ability to reach out and do things, I don't think we ever have to worry about your future and whatever you do. And you're not going to be far away from the crowd and the action. So appreciate the opportunity to serve with you. Thank you, sir.
Senator Heath.
Thank you, Mr. President. I constantly go back in history, but I had the privilege the first year I was down here to serve with Senator Vega. Senator Vega was chair of BLT. I was her vice chair. She was an incredible legislator, for those of you that remember Jen. And then she told me just before the session ended that she and her partner were going to move to Australia, and she was going to become an Australian attorney, going to Melbourne, I believe, and I thought, man, what a huge loss. And shortly after that, Josie and I got invited to an event in Denver to meet our friend, Pat Stedman. And I think we had known each other, but only superficially. And after meeting Pat and spending a chance, I don't know if you remember this, Pat, but I remember it very well. Chance to chat with you. There were a number of people there. As Josie and I were riding home, I said, I really felt a loss for Jen Vega, but knowing that Pat Stedman is going to be here is going to be just an incredible opportunity for me and for all of us. And Pat, how true that has been. And like my friend, the majority leader, when I had the honor of serving in that position, who did I go to? Mark? Obviously the same guy. And learn the rules, learn how the game is played. And Pat, not only did you do it then, but you've done it for all of the subsequent years, because as recently as last week, I felt a log jam as we were trying to get through some of these very, very difficult bills. I had an impasse. I really thought I could figure something out. Obviously, couldn't figure it out. 2 minutes later, I had the solution, and the bill passed. And that's what you've been. And then our friend Mike Johnston said clearly that I want to say as well, this is obviously a family here. You learn that. and watching you and Dave and your mom, we all got to know you so well and what you went through and the deep hurt that you felt and how you carried on was an inspiration to all of us in how you deal with adversity, how you can come back and be resilient and do all the things that you've done here. You're an amazing human being, Pat Stedman. I don't know what you're going to do, my friend. But whatever you do, I'd love to be a part of it. Thanks.
Senator Crowder.
I just wanted to come up and thank you. You know, we had a situation here, several months ago, and I want to thank you for being able to be a mind blower. You know, we had a situation here, Senator Guzman talked about constitutionality. We had a bill up here, and Senator Stedman came up and adamantly talked against the bill about how unconstitutional it was. And he did it in a way with a lot of passion. And I thought I was trying to get this bill through, and you know, it's going to be an uphill climb now. Here's what blew my mind. 2 hours later, he come over with a Senate roll call. He said, well, I got 11 votes for you. You need to get 6 more. And I thought, well, here's a guy that just got up there and spoke against it. Now he's on this side of the aisle trying to get votes for it. I thought, well, that is really cool. The bill passed, but you know the thing about it, the odd thing about it, I got the credit for it. But really, the credit was right here. And, you know, on behalf of Southern Colorado, I'd like to thank you for what you do for more than just your district. You know, you've looked out for the area, and that I appreciate. And I wish you all the best of luck, sir.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I got to do this fast. Well, otherwise I'm going to bawl right here. What people don't know about Pat is the sideshow. Everybody loves his wit. Everybody loves his wicked, smart brain. Everybody loves him with the dust that he puts, the gold dust that he has sprinkled in the budget over the years. But to be first officing with him and then sitting next to him for his whole tenure here, our whole tenure here, I'm going to miss the sideshow. I mean, he is hilarious. And what he says in my ear, I mean, I just wish that people could. No, he was born a different way. But anyway. Anyway, I absolutely adore this man, and not only as one of the best legislators this chamber has ever seen, ever, in the history of the state, but as one of the best friends I've ever had, and one of the best friends to my girls that they've ever had. And thank you for opening up your arms to not only my family, but to all of the families across this state now who are families because of you. Thank you for the history that you've made. I love you.
President Cadman.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, you've heard just about everything I'm going to cover. So, ditto. Got to get this thing moving. I know you guys want to spend like 3 hours on mine. Whoa, hey. We're coming up on 3 hours and 25 minutes. Calm down. I've got the microphone, sir. you really are one of the reasons that there shouldn't be term limits. The state shouldn't be forced to lose such an amazing asset. I was actually just reflecting with your cohort that came in with you, and I think I was here for your swearing in. And I got to tell you, I was wrong about Senator Ulibarri, but I was right about you. You're also an attorney. Be very wary of another attorney. You are all of that. I want to tell you my favorite quote from you, and there's been many conversations with you over the years. And actually, this is my favorite quote, because usually when he's telling it to me, there's something great happening for me. And this is it. I shouldn't be telling you this. You ever heard that? That's like Christmas. When someone on the Joint Budget Committee says, I shouldn't be telling you this, or when someone who is in leadership in the majority party says, I shouldn't be telling you this, or anytime it's Senator Pat Stedman says, I shouldn't be telling you this, you better be listening because it's about to help you. So I have a chapter in my book about I shouldn't be telling you this, all the things that you shouldn't have been telling me, but you don't get to read it tonight. And you are happy about that. We were talking about the budget issues earlier, and the thing that you brought to the table was the capacity to stand by your own resolve, honor the convictions and the principles of your party while acquiescing to those that were different. And coming to the budget process and other issues and saying, I understand where you're coming from, and I'm going to help you because that's how this should work, because that's the collaboration that this takes. Sometimes it was more than I shouldn't be telling you this. Sometimes it was, and I shouldn't be doing this for you. Thank you for every time that you said that, and then every time that you did that. Whatever that was, whether it was us working together to try to kill Senator Schwartz's license plate bill. Oh, no, sorry. Whatever. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, that's part of the excerpts I wasn't going to share tonight. Somehow I flipped to that page. The prowess of your capacity has certainly been articulated well tonight. You are a super legislator. I actually think, did you list that as your occupation, legislator? Some of you listed legislator as your occupation. Really? Maybe you should list your avocation as superhuman, because I think that's the sentiment that has been universally expressed by all those who have ever served with you, anyone who has ever known you. And I'm certainly in the Stedman fan club. I remember, I think it was around this time of year, a few years ago, when we thought we would go to your house for a refreshment because it was kind of a downtime towards the end of the session. And it was you and me and Dave, and I'm not going to name others. But you can raise your hand. I'm not going to call you out. I learned you don't have to have a lot of mixers to have a good drink. Just need a bottle of lemonade and whatever. I'm serious. Go look at my refrigerator now. There's a lot of Simply Lemonade in there. That's all you really need to start. But I don't like gin. When I asked you if it was okay if we recognized Dave last year, you initially said no. And then you said yes, but you didn't do it for you. You did it for him, and you did it for us, for those of us that knew him and that knew you, that wanted to honor you and recognize what was missing in you and what was missing here. those of us who have not been through that can't understand what it's like to go through that. And I know you never get through that. There's no healing for that. That is a lifelong burden that we know you carry. I am glad you've gotten past the not shaving part of that. Right? Yes. The disheveled Pat Stedman, not so much. He's looking pretty good now, though, isn't he? I have not always agreed with you. How many times are we going to say that? Well, every time we talk here, we're going to say that. I don't care what side you're talking to either. But I've always admired you, and I think on many of those 3+ hour debate nights, on many of the issues that were cited earlier, civil unions obviously being one of them, and a key issue for you, for the state, probably for our reputation as a country. I have always admired you, and I hope I have always been one of the first people to shake your hand, not just for what you did, but for how you did it, and who you are, and who you were, and basically how that made us better, individually and collectively. When I asked you if you would carry the grocery store bill, you said no. Remember? I said, I don't want to do that. And I said, would you agree that there is no one else here that could do that? And you said yes. And that was the first yes of 2 yeses. And I said, so then will you do it? And you said yes. Look what happened. 10-year war came to an end. Frankly, I hate to. Can we turn the recorder off for a minute? Because I'd like to share something. The press still here? Turn them off. Considering what you've done for me, what we just heard that you did for Senator Crowder, I know we're not the only ones. You talk about the epitome of Gordon's axioms. He may have written them, but this man lives them. He epitomizes them. Understanding that others need to be a part of success here, or you aren't successful, right? And actually, perhaps if somebody from the first floor and somebody from the other chamber had trusted you with hospital provider fee, I'm not going to speculate. But I know you're soon looking for a job. You're that good. No, he really is. He is that good, right? Am I right? It's not just me. You are that good. I am so honored to have served with you. And I am blessed to call you my friend. And I will tell you what, really good friends get in really good fights, as you know. But after that, we are really good friends, and I think that will be forever.
Senator Grantham.
Thank you, Madam President. So many things have already been said. The majority leader and the minority leader both said some of the things I think that's on all our minds, and your importance to this institution, and just the sheer brain power you bring to every issue and every time you come to the mic. And it's in my 6 short years here, it's significant when you notice when some people come to the mic and everybody stops and listens. And you're one of those, and one of the few of those, because there's something profound that's getting ready to be said. We may not like it, but we listen. I was thinking as I was just sitting here, in fact, one of my first experiences here in the well, in 2011. Senator Crowder, of course, will know the issue well, but down in our neck of the woods, at least my neck of the woods at the time, down in Benton County in Fort Lyon, 2011 was the year that we were shutting down Fort Lyon. And felt like a little bit like an island that year. It seemed to be that's where we were heading. And I came down here during the long bill debate with a few amendments, trying to stave that off, feebly as it was attempted. And made my points and went back to my chair. I was sitting right over here in Senator Newell's chair, and Senator Brophy was in my chair at the time. And by the time I got to my seat, Senator Stedman was already up here, completely decimating everything I had just said, just tearing me apart in his calm, cool manner that he has, and just filleting me. And I remember more about what Senator Brophy said at that time than what Pat said exactly at that point in time, because if you remember, I wish Brophy was still here actually, because you know that laugh. And I got that laugh. And it was just that laugh that said, "You just got destroyed." And he said as much. And I just sat down and, yeah, I did. And I admit that. But I'm not the first and I'm not the last to have received that. Personal remembrances, Senator, especially from the last 2 years, getting to serve as closely with you over there, with you and Senator Lambert on the JBC. One of the interesting things that I will remember from service with you is the communication that we have. We deal with some difficult issues, issues that over here cause stalemates and cause friction, and over there where we have to find solutions. And it's a different sort of relationship that we have over there. It was a great experience for me to be able to see that firsthand over there. But the communication that we have, maybe the wrong term would be back channels, but keeping communication lines open in some of those situations and talking them through. But also even during the JBC meetings, the nonverbal communications that we all seem to have, the glances, the eyebrows up, the smirks, the smiles, the knowing that one of us, usually him, is going to be getting ready to dive into this department head or representative to grill them over this issue. And seeing that and knowing where we're at and we're on the same page and heading in the right direction to take care of this issue, and learning that with you and about you, it was certainly a privilege. Someone already mentioned, I think it was Senator Newell, mentioned about the swearing in. And one of the things I also remember, Senator, and I really appreciate about you is we were coming across the street. We had adjourned from JBC just this last November, December, and we're coming over to Senator-elect Tate's swearing in. And we were talking about that coming over, and I expressed my appreciation for you coming over to do that. And you mentioned you always try to do that for all the members, regardless of which side of the aisle, and that's something I'm going to strive to do as well, because I know we're going to see changes midstream. We always do. But I appreciate the fact that you make that effort to do that. And you mentioned that there was one of our members at the time that did that for you, and Senator Johnston. And just the thoughtfulness that you carry with you on a daily basis is something that I certainly appreciate. The President mentioned quotes, and the way Senator Stedman begins conversations sometimes. And I'll apologize to Senator Lambert if I'm stealing this from you, but he reminded me of something in particular that occasionally you will hear Senator Stedman begin a conversation with, "I was reading the Journal last night." Well, at least on one occasion, and this still baffles me. The House Journal. Yes, I was reading the House Journal last night. right then, you know, after your mind swims for a couple minutes, I think he just uses that to throw you off so that you're not listening for the next couple minutes. But it is fascinating that he takes his job that seriously, going back and reading the House Journal. That must be an interesting night of reading. Yeah, old habits are hard to break. Sir, much has already been said about this, but I'm going to miss you. There's going to be some very big shoes to fill when it comes to the JBC. Senator Holbert mentioned term limits, and I think you are the best case to be made for this. Because I don't believe the JBC is better off without you. I don't think this chamber is better off. And I don't think this legislature is better off, or this state is better off by not having you here. We are going to miss you, and your influence is not stopping here on day 120. It will continue on, and you have made an impact in me personally, and I know whenever we talk over here on this side of the aisle and the name Stedman comes up, the word respect is always part of that conversation. We have great respect for you, sir. Thank you.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Madam President, and I have to correct our colleague from the JBC. This is day 180 of the JBC session. It's almost 9 o'clock. And how long have we served on the JBC together? 6 years. That's 36 months, which is a little bit more than I think even term limits allow during regular sessions. So there's some scary things about that. One is we've been sitting together on the JBC panel there longer than you've been sitting next to Senator Newell. In terms of just the number of days. And as you know, colleagues, we spend some long hours over there. And would you think at the end of 36 months together, these guys would be talking about not having term limits? You know, at a certain point, enough's enough. Unless, when you add up all those hours, that could almost make me think about minimum wage. Almost. We've spent quite a bit of time together, and I recall a lot of times, but I recall even before we started serving together, we had some challenges because for about a week, I think, before we started that session, there was some what I would call really vile reporting in the Denver Post. You have a liberal Democrat from Denver, and you've got a conservative Republican from Colorado Springs. This can't possibly work. And yet I think we've demonstrated a mutual respect, and the fact is we've been able to get some amazing things done together. And as Senator Newell says, some of the best of it's probably little whispers outside of the hearing of the rest of the committee. But on behalf of I just got a few things for you here. On behalf of the members of the Joint Budget Committee and Henry Sobanet, we want to have this little souvenir. This is this is the appropriations report, so this is this year's budget. Autographed with some kind sentiments on there. And you know, we mean every word of it. Just as an example, 1 year's worth of work, but there are 6 of these that we've worked on together, and that's a lot of background together. I learned when I was at the Pentagon that when you're in an analysis shop and day by day working on very weighty issues, that there's a certain relationship and connection, intellectual relationship, that you very rarely have, that I know of, in any other condition. And I think the Budget Committee's been like that. Not on a specialized issue. We don't specialize just on one thing. We specialize on everything, which is really unusual. And Pat's background, certainly in the lobby, the many, many years you've spent here, has been absolutely invaluable to the experience of the whole legislature, especially of the Budget Committee, as we deal with not just the old issues and the structural issues of government, but every one of these budgets that we've worked on together has been balanced and has been presented on time. And members, there are a lot of states in the Union that cannot say that. In 4 months, we make our, you know, we go through, well, 6 months for us, but for the legislature, 4 months, and we have a balanced budget on time, and not many states can claim this over a 6-year period, and keeping it and not having billions of dollars in deficit. We've been balanced. So those are quite amazing challenges. We've gone through a period unlike any other state as far as we've gone in a brand new marijuana program that, you know, politically we're probably on opposite sides of that, but we had a job to do because it's in our Constitution, and Pat led us through that to actually operationalize the revenue coming out of these sales, trying to work out bank accounts. We didn't get to that part yet, but there are challenges ahead, but the medical challenges of medical marijuana, the cash funds, and then all of the new recreational marijuana coming in, this required creating an entire new system within our government. And as you say, I guess you said before, you know, it's kind of like navigating the river in Star Trek. You know, if you manage go down the river with grace, then you fill your ship with all these wonderful things, and it's a Star Trek thing. You know, not everybody knows about it, but Senator Stedman knows about it. Another thing, you know, when we've had some challenges that have been given, not just this year, you've seen them this year, but you've seen them in years past, where we have an unusual system in a split legislature of 3 members from the House, 3 members from the Senate, 3 Democrats, 3 Republicans. In the past, we've had 3 men, 3 women. That changed this last General Assembly. But in a split legislature like this, how do you come to compromise and get things done? And it's really amazing that we've been able to do some of those things. And I wish all of you members can see some of the inside of that, see some of that dialogue, see some of those things, those raised eyebrows, those little code things that you just wonder, well, maybe I shouldn't have said that, or maybe we can go this direction, maybe we can solve these things. But when you think things like the severance tax problem we had starting less than a week ago, that we even knew about it. And yet we solved some of those problems, and I think we ought to, you know, really appreciate what Senator Stedman, what the other members of the committee did, our staff. that we'll actually, maybe in about 3 hours, we'll get to go see the DA, go home, instead of coming here for a special session because we didn't solve the severance tax problem. Nobody likes maybe the outcome, but those are the kinds of things that Pat's leadership has led us through on so many occasions to come to a solution, mutually respect the opinions of others, and get the job done. So, some of you are probably wondering about how this pixie dust actually works. And we're not going to tell you. But when a new member comes onto the JBC, Director Ziegler gives them a big binder that explains how the budget process works. And of course, Senator Stedman didn't have to have that himself, but he's collected notes for the last 6 years. And we've kept those notes in a vault because we really don't want you all to know about it. So I retrieved those notes from the vault today, brought them over here by special guard, and I'm going to retire his notes directly to him so nobody else can see them into the future, because it may reveal the pixie dust that we use on a daily basis, but only we never show anybody the book. You've probably seen us walk across the street with it, the big red binders, but probably none of you have ever really wanted to look into that book because it's thick, you know, it's hours worth of reading a night. But Senator Stedman, I'd like to present you with your personal notebook so none of these other guys really understand how we actually do it.
How I did it, by Victor Frankenstein.
That's Frankenstein, if you don't know. So,
thank you, Ken.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Is it my turn?
Senator Stedman.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, colleagues. 7 years at this job, but this is actually my 22nd consecutive session to work full-time in the building. And I've seen a lot of folks come and go, and to have the honor to walk in their footsteps and to get to sit in these chairs and speak at this microphone when there's so many other important things in our state history that have happened here, it's really humbling. And I have to acknowledge that there's a lot of great people that I follow in their footsteps. Someone mentioned my predecessor, Jennifer Vega, who told me a little over 7 years ago to the day, it was about middle of April 2009, that no one knew this, but she was going to resign her seat at the conclusion of the legislative session and move out of the country. And she wanted me to know that because she wanted me to consider what I might do in her absence. And I thought about it, and I said to myself, you know, I could do that job, and I would be really good at it. And I decided to go ahead and make myself a candidate and let my business partner know that I was probably going to be asking for a divorce in just a few weeks, that I would need to divest myself of the business we had helped build together, that we purchased together from her mother, and that I was going to move on and move on up, I hoped. And I thought long and hard about the people who had served in this seat before me. And the seats actually changed. I got redistricted terribly in 2010. My district used to go from Washington Park to the Westminster Mall, and they turned me end on end, and the district now goes from the Capitol building to the Tech Center. And so when you ask who are my predecessors, I kind of represent two different districts. But I am really fortunate. I'm very aware of the fact that I follow in the footsteps of some pretty important people that have served in this room, you know, whether it was Jennifer Vega or Joyce Foster that was my immediate predecessor. You know, before them were people like Ken Gordon, Dottie Wam, and Joe Shoemaker. And all three of those former senators are people I greatly admire, and I know about their work, and to think that I get to carry on in their legacy and represent the district they represented and do some of the work that they used to do is truly humbling. And I think about those people a lot. And some of them, you know, are no longer with us, and some of them we all treasure very much. I said I would be good at this job, and I think I've proved it. But I'll let history judge that. Or you can just pull a volume of the session laws off the shelf from any time in the past 7 years, and there are literally, colleagues, hundreds of bills that I have sponsored that have become law, including some supplemental bills, but they count too. I really am grateful for the opportunity to have served on the Joint Budget Committee. I do believe that it is a high honor to serve on that committee, and it is where the important work of the people gets done in a way that sometimes I wonder, colleagues, if the rest of the other 94 of you actually know the ways in which the Joint Budget Committee is involved in having hands on the steering wheel when it comes to governing our state, and really being there on the front line of where state government interacts with people. You know, there's times when we spend so much time across the street thinking about how government serves our people, and we come back over here and you guys are fighting about a license plate bill or something. And sometimes I just kind of have to check myself and remind myself that I'm just going to vote no on license plate bills, and that's just how it is. After you know, making the transition from my former profession to how I list my profession now, Mr. President, as a legislator, I decided I would definitely want to seek re-election and continue to serve, and was really excited about the opportunity to run for a full 4-year term, having come in on a vacancy and had a 2-year term in there. And in 2012, just weeks before my re-election to the Senate, I was widowed. My partner died of cancer. I actually spent very little time that year campaigning, and I won re-election with 70% of the vote. There's something to be said for representing a seat that is either bright red or bright blue, right? And I have some fortunate things to thank, because I know had that set of circumstances happened to someone different, someone running in a purple district, that would have really affected, you know, the outcome of that race. And it was a very difficult thing, you know. And I want to thank all of you that supported me through that. You know, just after losing my partner and being reelected and still being numb to the whole thing, just a couple days later, my colleagues on this side of the aisle elected me to serve on the Joint Budget Committee. And a couple days after that, my colleagues on the Joint Budget Committee elected me to be the chair of the committee. And I spent 2013 in a very, very rough and very raw place. And yeah, I let my hair grow out, and I was kind of grumpy. It was a very difficult year for all of us, I think, but for me personally, I was dealing with a lot of grief and a lot of transition in my life, all the while chairing the Joint Budget Committee and going through the 2013 session that we all, for those of us that were here and remember so well, and for those of you that weren't, the session that is so legendary. And so just for everybody that helped me through that time in my life, I think I probably owe you an apology for what a miserable bitch I was. Public office is no proper place for grieving. And I'm sorry for all that I did or didn't do that year, all the things I couldn't do that year, or all the nasty things I may have said or did. I'm sorry. My colleague on the Joint Budget Committee, Representative Sherry Giroux, used to always say at the end of one of her rants, I want to thank you all for the free therapy session. And I want to steal that line from her now and let you know that for 2013 in particular, I want to thank you all for the free therapy sessions because it was a rough time. You know, I got drama and it can't be stolen. Looking back, I'm not quite sure how I got through that. It was a very tumultuous period. But I think one of the reasons I got through it is because this place is home to me. This Capitol, serving the people here, it's come to feel like this is my native habitat, and I'm not quite sure what's going to happen to me when I leave. But this being my native habitat, it's going to be hard to come back after I'm gone, and I'm planning to stay away a little bit. At least that's the current plan. You know, I spent 15 years working as a lobbyist out there in the hallways on what we call the other side of the glass. And I tried really hard to make the transition from that role in this building to a very different role here inside this room. I was very conscientious about it, very self-conscious about wanting to be perceived as the representative of the constituents of District 31 and no longer someone who was professionally engaged to have an opinion about what happened around here. I used to work the hallways for many, many years, and today I say, don't ask me, I don't know any hallways. I know you all think I'm like some crazy brainiac or that I have a photographic memory, but I can tell you right now I don't have the long bill memorized. Someone was asking me the other day what percentage of the general fund to spend on the Medicaid program, and I actually couldn't remember. It doesn't really work quite like you think it does. It's not that I'm a brainiac, it's that I'm a sometimes mediocre, passable actor. You can always figure out a way to sound like you know what you're doing, you know. You can be like a duck and be calm on the surface and paddling like hell underneath. And that's kind of how I've gone about doing this job, because I do love this job and I do know the amazing power that this body and this institution has and the things you can do from here. And I have come here to get some things done. When I showed up, you know, first 22 years ago, I was a young activist who cared about just certain things. But I got to work on a lot of other things and learn so much, you know, and it's what brought me to the dance, I like to say, is I was somebody that showed up here with a cause, but really, doesn't that describe most all of us? Aren't we all here for a reason? Isn't there something that brought us to the dance and made us want to do this work and give of ourselves so much for sometimes what feels like so little in return? And I you know, got up here yesterday and talked about the salaries that are offered to public servants in our state and the resentment I think there are sometimes when elected officials talk about their own pay by a public that doesn't understand that when you serve in these roles, this is your life. You're not a senator from 9 to 5. You don't take off the role when you leave the building or go home at night. You do this job 24/7, literally. And for me, that's true because I do most of my speech writing sometime when I'm not sleeping in the wee hours in the morning, or sometimes while I'm dreaming, I write speeches in my head. And so I think I really have done this job for 24/7 for 7 years now, and I'm really grateful for the chance to have done that. And thinking back to 2013 and my own personal loss I suffered, I don't know how I would have gotten through that, but for the fact that I could make the state of Colorado my life and working for the people, filling all of the emptiness that might have been inside of me otherwise. I really did let this job fill me up and keep me going. And I'm very grateful that I had that, because had I been in a different position in that time of my life, I don't know that I would have made it through quite as well. There's nothing like being the chair of the Joint Budget Committee to make you have to show up for work the next day and to do your homework the night before and to write speeches in your head in your sleep. So for everybody that has said all these wonderful, nice things, thank you. You really shouldn't be in awe of me. I'm just a mere mortal like the rest of you. I've just been here long enough to let enough of it soak through my thick skull that it's kind of stuck, and I still know all kinds of terribly geeky things. I can't tell you how many provisions in the statute I can give you the citation for, or all the provisions in the Constitution. I can quote you the sections and the articles. Those things come with experience, and to all of the previous speakers who have spoken about term limits, it's unfortunate that we have that policy that denies the institutional experience to live on here in our body. I know I'm taking a lot of that with me because, 22 years is a long time. And for those of you that have done 16, I remember when you were both freshmen in the House of Representatives. And you've come a long way too. We've all come a long way together. You all think I'm brilliant, but really I'm not. But I'll tell you, if I concentrate hard enough, I can move things. And I've moved a lot of things around here. I've moved millions and billions of dollars, literally and figuratively. And I've carried an awful lot of water for an awful lot of things. Sometimes things I didn't even really want to be carrying. But that's part of what you sign up for when you come here to serve and when you serve on the Joint Budget Committee. I do want to just quickly thank a few people and acknowledge their friendship and support. Madam Minority Leader, Senator Guzman, you've been such a friend, such an ally. I was so happy when you were elected to this body after having many years ago worked to get you elected to another public office. And I'm really happy that you will be here to carry on when I am not here next year. And I don't want to slight anybody for not saying I love you guys, but Senator Newell, spending 1 year in an office together and 6 years on the floor together, we've come a long way and been through a lot. And yes, you've learned a lot about me from all those little things that I whispered in your ear. Senator Johnston, I'm going to save my remarks about you. But to my colleagues from the Joint Budget Committee, and this includes Senator Hodge and now Senators Grantham and Senator Lambert in particular, I can't tell you how much working with you has been a wonderful experience, of all the things that I've learned from you, from all the things I think we've managed to get through together. And hopefully, well, not hopefully, I know a little bit of me has rubbed off on you because a lot of you has rubbed off on me. And to Kent Lambert in particular, I know the newspaper story you're talking about. I was just thinking about that the other day. And for those of you that don't know, I'm going to be more blunt and honest about it than Kent, who didn't want to probably put this issue out there. But there was a newspaper story about how I think that the Joint Budget Committee was going to have Kent Lambert, the Republican senator from Colorado Springs, serving alongside Mark Ferrandino and Pat Stedman, notorious gay men from Denver. And what a conflict this would be, and how we were going to clash, and this wasn't going to work. And from the very beginning, Kent Lambert made sure that I knew that that was not going to be a problem, and that whatever our own personal differences or ideological differences are, we were able to set those things aside and become, I think, really strong partners in the cause of doing what's right for the people and for the public fisc. The power of appropriation is one of the most important powers this legislature has. And I have learned from my predecessors on the committee to be a jealous steward of that power. And I know that Kent, that's something you and I both believe in very strongly together. The things we have done together, the things you let me do, the things I let you do, it's been a hell of a ride. And I am really, really proud and humbled to have had this opportunity and to get to say my fond farewells to the Colorado State Senate. I'm leaving you with a lot of unfinished business. It's true. And I've been thinking a lot about the things that I thought I was going to do when I got myself elected to the Colorado Senate that I actually barely got to scratch the surface of. And there are some really significant challenges left unfinished that those of you who will be here next year and in the years after that are going to have to carry on. And whether it's our fiscal structure or individual tax policies like some of the things that have just been decided around our severance tax, there's a lot of things I wished I could have done that I thought I came here to do that frankly this building decides you're going to do other things. And let that happen to you. It's okay to set aside your own personal agenda and start doing the people's work. But don't forget what brought you to the dance. Don't forget the reason that you're here. Don't forget the people you serve. And don't forget the state of Colorado depends on all of us. The most memorable moments in my Senate career, I think, are standing at this podium and the times when the 35 of us together agreed. You know, it happened this year on one of my bills. It's happened to me many times throughout my 7 years, and particularly with my work on the Joint Budget Committee, where we didn't really know where the votes were on a particular issue or how things were going to turn out. But I was able to stand here, and often with Kent Lambert at my side, and the next thing you knew, 35 people voted with us, or 33 other people, whatever. 35 unanimous votes were recorded. And the feeling of that happening in this room and the power that runs through when we all come together is pretty awesome. And I hope all of you have had a chance to experience that or will experience that in your career, because it's how this place was designed, it's what it's for, it's what we're supposed to be doing. And I'm just really, really grateful to have had 7 years to get to do that work. Thank you all, colleagues, very much.
Colleagues, there are 5 of us remaining. We are going to set the timer for 30 seconds per member.
Senor Johnston.
Your time is up. Senator, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Michael Johnston is here. Colleagues, the state of the Senate, the Colorado Legislature, convened in the second regular session, 70th. Yeah, what do you say? It's all good.
Senator Heath, you're next. Would someone grab a plaque? And one of those little boxes, those black boxes, we got one of those? Excellent. Then we've got Senator Carroll, thank you. And Senator Scheffel, it was awesome. And now we have a little bit of time left to cover mine, and I'd like to kick it off myself, actually. And then we're going to send some folks downstairs and we're going to leave. Minority Leader, he can read it himself. He's got an Ivy League degree. We don't have to do this for him. Nothing wrong with DU. Spending a lot of state money there. Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the one guy, we could get away with that. The Senate of the Colorado Legislature, convened in the second regular session of the 70th General Assembly, hereby extends its heartiest congratulations and commendation to Senator Michael Johnston. Senator Michael Johnston was appointed to fill a vacancy during the 67th General Assembly and was subsequently re-elected to the 67th, 68th, 69th, and 70th General Assemblies, where he represented his fellow citizens with honor and dignity. During his tenure in the Senate, he served with distinction as chair of the Finance Committee, vice chair of the Education Committee, and as a member of the Business, Labor, and Technology, Judiciary, Senate Services, and Legal Services Committee. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for his exemplary service to our great state and wish him well in his future endeavors. Given this 11th day of May 2016 at the state capitol in Denver, Colorado, signed Bill L. Cadman, President of the Senate. Senator Johnston, congratulations and thank you for your service.
Members, we really are going to honor him very well.
Guzman.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnston will pay that fine for you.
No, he won't.
His mother will pay that fine.
Senator Heath will pay Senator Johnston's fine for you.
Senator Johnson will. Senator Johnston, one of the things that I'll always remember about you is that car that you drive. That, what year? I mean, it's like 25, 27 years old, I think. It was crashed a couple of times. Your wife, I think, tried to send it off, have somebody pick it up and take it to the yard, and you went and found it again and brought it back. It's really quite embarrassing to see that thing sitting out there next to the Mercedes and the other fine senator cars that are out there, the urban vehicles that are out there, that beat up old thing with Bronco signs all over it. I mean, you know, and then you have the audacity to put your Senate license plate on that. And so it's really been a most embarrassing time, but that is Senator Johnston. He's a wonderful, wonderful sense of humor. And I've never seen anybody with such a sense of humor and can take the words instantly and make some funny, outstandingly funny remark. But I've never also seen someone who can take words and be so profound so quickly. And I say quickly because Senator Johnston is always running from here to there and so forth and so on. He doesn't stay still very long. And so when he comes into a room, he goes into a room and gets ready for a committee meeting, and there's something profound that we're talking about, he's able to come up with the most profound oratory of anyone I've ever heard. And there's not many who can do that. I'll always remember how you honored your dad so much, and how much you taught all of us about the disease called Alzheimer's, and how you utilized your love of your dad and the journey that your dad was taking and the journey that your family was taking, and how you used that and brought it to a place of speech here at the Well, and taught us all what it's like. And then you also moved one of the bills here in the legislature to strengthen, financially give resources to research. The love of your dad and the love of your mother have always been a strong presentation by you, and the love of your family. You shared those kinds of things with us. You are a phenomenal friend. I've seen you cry. I've seen you laugh. I've seen you cause problems. I've seen you pull the rug out from me and others. I've seen you get mad at me, and I've seen you hug me. And also know, even though you won't admit it, that you opened that 18-year-old whiskey bottle and drank it all yourself in 2 or 3 days, and letting Senator Kerr take the blame for it. You are a true friend, a true colleague. But one of the things I'll always remember too is whenever I've come up to the well at a very prophetic time, and you came right up here and gave a phenomenal speech about civil rights or assets, you know, the issue about undocumented students being able to go to college for in-state tuition. You did that. You've done so many things. I just want to stop now and give others the opportunity to speak on your behalf, but you're great. You'll always be Mikey, and sometimes Senator Johnston, but mostly Mikey. I appreciate everything you've ever done for me, and I won't forget it. And I do hope that you get a job where you can buy a brand new car someday.
Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Johnston, you two are going to hear all kinds of things, as you've just heard from the Minority Leader, about how articulate you are and smart and all those things. And it's all true. You've frankly just been a fun guy to be around in this place. One of the things I've loved is you've never taken yourself too seriously. I vividly remember when we first met, you had just come in, we were over in LSB, and we introduced each other, and you were, I thought, you were just acting so spacey. And you show me this phone, and it's when smartphones were first coming out, and we were all transitioning from, I think, the flip phones to the smartphones. And I meet this guy, and he's showing me this, and he goes, "Do you have one of these things? They say I'm going to need this here. This is really cool." And I'm looking down at him, and I just met this guy, and he's holding it, and he's showing it to me, and it's upside down. He's pushing all these buttons. I thought, what in the world? Well, that was certainly no indicator. It's been an honor to serve with you. One other one I got to tell, I love it, because when we were on education, and you'd start to think, and you'd reach up and you'd start to scratch your head like that, and you'd go like that, and then after you did that, you'd have this hair that was sticking straight up. I was like, he doesn't know that. But honored to serve with you, my friend. Like I said, you've been fun, you've been brilliant when it was called for, sobered when it was appropriate, razor sharp, and in the midst of that, just a heck of a lot of fun, never taking yourself too serious, and congratulations, thanks for your service, wish you well in the service. Come get your mementos.
President Cadman.
Remember that? Yeah. That's really funny. Wow, that's quite a hefty piece.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm actually here to talk about Senator Heath, so unless you're here to talk about that one, we're moving on. I think it is interesting that the Minority Leader talks about your car. It sucks. Very presidential, isn't it? Why do you back that thing in? I mean, it's actually harder to get back out and leave by backing it in than just pulling it in. Never mind, I don't really want your answer. You'll have the mic when it's your time. You know, I got in that car once, and that stuff is still stuck to my suit. I'm serious. So you blow a $700 suit sitting in a $30 car. I used to sell cars, and when one of those would come in, it would actually cost you more to buy the car if you were trying to trade that thing in. Serious. Get rid of it, man. However, it is interesting when someone insults your car and they're driving a Lexus. Ooh, really? Don't you think that's a little carist of you? Yeah. I thought we got rid of that a long time. Same company. That is discrimination. It is. I'm going to tell him what you said, but not at the microphone. The only thing uglier in that car are your dad's coats. I mean, he must have been a great man, but gosh, how long since he could actually see? I mean, who sells stuff like that? The same people that sell junker cars like that to people like you? What? You saw them? I have pictures of them. When my kids get really scared at home about something, I show them a picture of that and they think, oh, there's no big deal. You know, when I first got elected, we hadn't been sworn in yet, 1,000 years ago. And I came up to an event at the Denver Athletic Club. You were 4. And he still had that car. And I sat in this meeting of other folks who had been elected a while. I won't say who they were, but one of them was sitting back here. Actually, both of those guys were there. Former senator was back there, and he was one of the speakers. And then there was another speaker, and then there was another speaker. And I'm like, man, this is not that much fun. Listening to legislators talk, and I thought, wait a minute, I haven't even been sworn in yet, and I don't like this. Listening to other people talk about things. And what I thought about them was in reference to a quote that many of you have probably heard. There is nothing that we know or do that we didn't learn from someone else, right? We didn't just get here. Somebody had to teach us something to get here. But I was listening to these people drone on, and they were my people, and I thought, did they get here by just talking to themselves? Because I didn't think they had learned anything. And if they didn't have anything to learn, they didn't have, or if they hadn't learned anything, they didn't have anything to share. I don't think I ever really got over that, and it certainly didn't get better when I got to the house. Some of those people were there. But when you talk, I listen. You bring something rare and amazing to this place that I didn't have access to growing up. Some of us didn't. You talk with such meaning and authority and depth and breadth and passion and compassion that even, well, almost always when I disagree with you, not always, but even when I disagree with you, I learned something about whatever you talk about. You're one of the few people, if you were standing here as long as I have stood here a few times, that I would try not to have to leave the room. Because I get better because of what you share with me. And this place is better because of what you share with them. And this state is better because of what we take from you and put back into it. And it's not partisan. And just a few nights ago, during what was called the melee of Thursday night, somebody mentioned lighting a fuse. Oh, I think that was about you. And you were in my office. It wasn't a secret meeting. The door was open. And you were in my office and saying, this is not the deal you want, that you're fighting for. This is why it's not good, and what you think you're getting out of it for the cause that you so fervently believe in. And that was affirmed within a few minutes when we shared what you were doing with Senator King, who we do trust, like you, but someone that we have worked with for years and years and years and years. He started my son's school, as you know. And frankly, as you were going through all this stuff on those charter schools, I didn't know everything that you knew about what you were talking about. Well, that's consistent here for many of us. But I absolutely believe that you knew what you were talking about, and that you were that your eyes said this was the right thing, and it was. And that's the kind of faith and trust that builds a better place in here, and it builds a better place out there from what is done in here. That is irreplaceable. And so are you. Your car, totally replaceable. Do it soon.
Senator Donovan.
I rise tonight to ask for your support for this tribute for Senator Johnston, especially because his family's in the chamber. So I'm going to take some time to hopefully move some of the no's over to ayes on the vote count. Growing up in Vail is an incredible thing. From the moment you can walk, or earlier if you have older siblings, you're pushed outside. And the environment you're pushed in to explore is endless because the world comes to you. You climb a 14er in the morning, and you go to the Bolshoi Ballet at night. You run around places called Checkpoint Charlie and Riva Ridge. We built forts in the woods and fought imaginary battles. Winter was a never-ending competition, whether it was a rival hockey team on the Front Range or if it was chasing your best friend down the mountain. Everyone was competitive. And we were lucky to have great schools with passionate teachers. Field trips were epic. School plays and musicals became traditions, and soccer matches were attended by the entire community. Our parents, like the rest of the founders of Vail, did everything. They put on community talent shows and built parks. They served the volunteer fire department and ran bars. They built churches and businesses. They were mayors and hotel owners. They all worked 3 or 4 or 5 jobs to raise a family so they could call Vail home. They stood for what they believed in while always advancing the community as a whole. We were surrounded by remarkable people, and there was such a concentration of incredible people that incredible became normal. Our parents wrote the laws of Vail while also getting us to sports practice or helping us with homework. Our parents created a community that would be world-renowned while also taking us hiking or running a bake sale for the school. These were people who truly built a ship and a harbor at the same time. And the entire community adopted every kid in town, right? I mean, before the time of cell phones, whose ever house you ended up at dark became where you had supper until your parents came and gathered you up. The businesses in town kept tabs of where the kids were and always offered a shelter during that sudden summer downpour. And your parents knew you had done something naughty before you could sneak home to try to avoid the fallout. It was truly a small town that taught the value of taking care of each other. Mikey and I grew up a block from each other. And although it would be a woody and very bushy block, our brothers played hockey and soccer together. In Mikey's high school years, he had this mop of blonde hair that would expand to unnatural levels during soccer games. This earned him the nickname of Blonde Jesus, which he is still referred to by my older brothers. No one in my family requires to how Senator Johnston is, just how the heck is Blonde Jesus? Vail was a really special place to grow up in. We had serious tasks at hand as a young town, trying to decide what to be, but the quality of life was something our parents always wanted to create and always took center stage. Your word was your bond, and putting others before yourself was a central value in our community. With this backstory, I would like to offer a hypothesis on why Mikey is the Senator Johnston he is. Growing up where and how we did fills you with awe and respect, I believe, with an appreciation for community and for leadership. Town building is hard work, and we learned that arriving at common goals is a worthy and a noble pursuit. We learned to appreciate the beauty of nature and the good of people from across the globe. And we certainly gained an appreciation for a killer powder day as well. All of this combined results in a joy of life, I think, a joie de vivre. And I offer that if any of us can be condensed, if any of us here can be boiled down into a single brew, if it is even possible to try to summarize the committed work of a senator over the span of their service to a state, then I conclude that Mikey can be summed up as having a joie de vivre. The joy of the task at hand has resulted in just some remarkable achievements. His asset bill, Senate Bill 33. Your in-state tuition for military dependents, 1215. Alzheimer's Disease Center, 211. Permanent school funding, 35. 282, the Jump Start program. The Clear Act, 185. Felony DUIs, 1043. Pay for Success contracts, 1317. Teacher evaluations. Everyone? 191. And the READ Act, 1238. Your town is proud to call you a native son. I am proud to call you friend, and I'm sure your dad in his Hawaiian shirt glory continues to be amazed at the things you do. I cannot wait to see what next task you focus your joy on and what amazing results that'll bring. Thank you, friend.
Senator Stedman.
Thank you, Madam President. And colleagues, I made a conscious decision, as much as I love some of the rest of you that will be eulogized this evening from this podium, that this would be the only person I would speak to. Is my friend and colleague Mike Johnston, the man who took the oath of office right here at this podium the same day I did together, May the 29th, 2009. And 7 years almost later, we're going to leave here together. We've been on this journey together the whole time. And I can't tell you how much I have come to admire you and respect you and to understand exactly what the previous speaker what she meant when she talked about that joy of life. You know, I don't want to say a whole lot because I don't really want to listen to myself at this microphone. I'd rather listen to Mike Johnston. And I just want to let you know that you have shown me a lot and taught me a lot in our journey together. And sometimes I think the only thing I was able to teach you was the difference between a corsage and a boutonniere. But I know you will always remember. I love you, man.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Madam President. Some time ago, I reminded the Republican caucus that in these final days, we need to keep our comments to about 60 seconds. I'll see if I can do the same. And just for the record, by the way, my car, which I hope to get back on the road again, is 37 years old, so I think you've got a ways to go still. But we first met on the opening day, as I recall, as we were both on one of the committees to go talk to the governor or something like that, and it took me about 30 seconds to understand that you have a winsome personality that just radiates everywhere. And you've been able to put that to work along with so much of your diligence and intelligence and articulate speech to be so effective here. I am confident that wherever you go from here will be success, and I wish you all the best.
Senator Heath.
Thank you, Madam President. I didn't. You know, Mike, this is probably going to go a little different direction than what I had anticipated. And it's because I have watched two very, very powerful women sit back there, excuse me, because sit back there together, happens to be your mom and my wife, and the three of us were born in the same year. And two very, very powerful women. I married one, you were obviously raised by one. And as I look around the room and the powerful women we have shared these 7 years together, I think I understand a lot more about probably the both of us. And I mean, it has been an amazing adventure with you. And we have shared some very, very personal conversations over these years. Many have mentioned your dad, but being at your dad's funeral, watching you eulogize your father, and obviously sharing that with your mom and the rest of your family, and all of the other things that you brought to that absolutely beautiful occasion. Made me view so much of what you do and have done and from a very, very different perspective. And it just, having your mom here just brought it all back to me again in spades. We've shared some wonderful times. We've even gone up the hill together with another friend and colleague, John Morse. Maybe we've even learned to shoot craps together, who knows. But it's been a wonderful adventure, and the night is drawing nigh. But, you know, what can I say? You know, this class of 2016 is truly remarkable. I didn't, Pat, take the vow not to speak because I guess from a different perspective. But this class of 2016, and I'll save some comments for when I get a chance to speak, but is unique, filled with powerful women too. So my friend, this is not the end but the beginning. We're going to do a lot more fun things together, but sharing this journey with you has just been nothing but the best. I look forward to many more years and adventures together. Thanks so much.
Senator Aguilar.
I decided I needed to come read my little Mikey poem because I think he's about to show me up. So, Senator Mike Johnston, 8 years gone by and you still look young. Your work here has barely begun. You taught me to recruit free law student labor and make them think I was doing them a favor. You advocated for the aspiring Americans we serve to get the affordable education they deserve. Concern for quality education was your motivation, not the destruction of the Senate Committee on Education. Your gift for speech will be greatly missed at moments that require us to persist. You were always kind when others were not. You gave much more than you ever got. And I maintain an optimistic view on what the future holds for you.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have to say very quickly that in 2009, in meeting you, Senator Johnston, I thought, here is a boy walking into our chamber. Here is a boy with ADD who is constantly late and yet brilliant and wicked smart. And he must have been gifted and talented. But over the years, what I have seen in you is so much love and compassion from your brilliance. And that combination is so beautiful in a man to be expressing in a chamber when we all need to feel that and also understand that. You, beyond anyone, I can take a complex problem and translate it into a person's language so that they can actually understand it. You can take that complex policy so that all of us in this chamber, but everybody whom you talk to will understand it. For that, I'm very grateful. I am so grateful that we've been able to go through the journey of Alzheimer's with our dads together. And the work that you have done is remarkable in the chamber, but I would say even more importantly, you talked about me being a mom. Your kids are lucky to have a dad like you. Your kids are so fortunate to have a father like you who is a role model for all of the other men in this chamber. So thank you for what you do, and thank you for who you are. Love you.
Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Johnston, I've kept a list this year of memories that we've shared in the last 4 years, to arguing T.S. Eliot, to being burned in effigy at school choice rallies, and the list goes on. And maybe the best gift I can give you is, as you head out, is being brief and just saying your mastery of education, policies, articulation, the story, the vision has inspired a much deeper love for Colorado's teachers, Colorado's administrators, Colorado's parents, and Colorado's students, and profoundly changed the course of my life. And for that, I'm deeply grateful. Thanks, brother.
Senator Johnston.
Thanks, Madam President. I know Senator Sommer was coming up, and then he changed his mind halfway through. I mostly just want to share a tremendously deep sense of gratitude. And so I just want to say a couple of thank yous. First of all, I'm honored to have a number of the folks I've worked with across the years here tonight. Damien, who many of you all remember, I'm sure. Leslie, who's up in the chamber, who worked with me for 2 years, and our team from this year, Lonnie and Casey and Kat and Kojo and Keegan. I've always felt like I'm less proud of what we've accomplished than I am of who we've stood with when we've done that work. And you all have made every day of this work meaningful and every day of this work joyful. And so I just want to thank you so much for all that you've given to this place. My Uncle Pete is also here, who has been here reading a book for the last 12 hours or so, not knowing when this was going to happen in typical fashion. But my Uncle Pete, for those of you who haven't met before, has been certainly my moral compass from since I was a little boy, and was the reason why I wanted to be a teacher, was the reason why I wanted to be a principal, and was the reason why I wanted to be a part of shaping some small part of history in this place. And so there's no major decision I've ever made without you. And so thank you for all the ones you've made me choose to get here, and hopefully you'll help me with the ones from here to come. And then I want to thank my mom, who's here, and you all know. I'll just say quickly that I think the only real gift I ever had was the gift of being born to you. And the rest of it you really took care of. So thank you so much for all the relentless love and support and friendship and humor across the years. I feel lucky to have been born to you. And then last but not least, my wife, Courtney, who's here tonight, who many of you all known and have passed these years together. And when she went through some health scares, or when we went through the surprise of having a daughter, or when we went just through all the travails of raising our kids, you have made every day of this journey completely humorous and entertaining, and your ability to laugh at the hard times and inspire me through the difficult times have been tremendous. And I'm so lucky to be married to my best friend and my best policy advisor. So thank you on both. I came here last night after everyone else was gone, and just sat at my desk here in the dark. I know Sonomer's going to say you've been sitting in the dark for a long time, but because yesterday certainly made me miss this place and just the amazing institution that it is and the amazing friendships that we have. And so I sat there, I stole Morgan's little lamp, and as if I was in the 1880s, just sat over there and wrote you all this little love poem, if you will. It's not really a breakup poem, it's just sort of my letter to you upon departing. And I can't promise you that it's good, but it is heartfelt, at least, and honest, as I thought about kind of what these 7 years have meant to me and where we go from here. What will we say about this sacred home, our stand at these storied desks beneath this dome? These days feel marked with bills we passed or failed, but bills were only proxies for ideas we grasped, ideas that were some breath of a belief we hailed, that selfless servants can build the things that last. A dream that an idea carried here might cause a wedding or a graduation, might protect a child or console a parent, or hasten some forgiveness or redemption. That we someday might catch Coloradans in their joy with the pride of a former teacher beaming from the back to celebrate this man who has risen from a boy. A teacher who knows she played some small but important part. And perhaps too, when they face the chasm of their greatest loss, we might be those hidden hands that hold their heart. We arrived like the animals placed in pairs upon the ark, pairs of different kinds, not paired for love, more a hidden loneliness we shared. For uncounted are the worlds that each animal left behind. Mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, each left a land, a pack, a watering hole they loved, not lured for accolades or fortune, but another, more compelling call that rang somewhere above, and buoyed by a sacred bond to something stronger, a vow to carry all the truth our families built before, hewed and hoisted by those who lived for something longer, entrusted to us upon this ark, inside this door. Our sacred vow, like theirs when we arrived, was to be the vessel for something eternal, unassailed, to resist that instinct to destroy or just survive, for that would leave a lasting legacy of loss, some floating tomb of a civilization failed. Instead, when the storm came, we left our animal instincts behind and knew we owed a deeper debt to our state than to our kind. Those dreams of what could be etched deep within our mind like pockets stuffed with hope for a world we hope to find. So now we drop this great door and disembark, returning home the hope we brought upon this ark. So let them say we built something that will endure, not perfect or final, but pure. That we overcame some animal instinct to kill and revealed a still deeper desire to build. Impulses thought to rule us in the wild are weaker than those that governed us as a child, when we sat and crafted castles in the sand and were quick to offer or accept a hand. We came marching in as those awkward pairs and have built a family bond across time. And nothing will make me more proud of all we shared than us together once more at my final standing roll call for our final chimes. I want to say a thank you, and I want to say one last thank you to Sherry, which is a personal story I thought I would tell, which is, I don't know that I told you this, Sherry, but when we were in the last days of losing my dad, I came and sat at your desk with you, and he was just kind of holding on, and we didn't know why. And you said to me, you know, sometimes people want most of all to know that they have left the world okay, that the people they love the most are taken care of. And you said, you should tell them that. And so I got up the next morning at about 6 and drove down to see him before coming to the chamber, and he hadn't spoken in days. And I sat and held his hand and talked him through that. I talked to him about how happy our kids were, how successful Courtney was, how Mom was doing great, how the rest of his kids were happy and healthy, how people were living the dreams they wanted to live. And he opened his eyes and he looked at me, and the last things he ever said to me were, he said, "That's what I'm here for." And I just thought of all the aspirations we've brought to this well, that simple truth, that our hope that we can somehow take care of those we love the most and those we represent and those who walk in and out of this building is what we're here for. And I'm so grateful that you all have been here with me. Thanks.
Consideration of resolutions. Mr. Majors, please read Senate Joint Resolution 41, the title.
Senate Joint Resolution 41 by Senator Scheffel and Representative Duran concerning the appointment of a joint committee to notify the governor that the second regular session of the 70th General Assembly is about to adjourn sine die.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Joint Resolution 41, ask for an aye vote. Colleagues, we got to begin to get the wheels turning to get out of here, and so we need this to pass. Ask for an aye vote.
All those in favor? Those opposed? Actually, it's a recorded vote. Are there any no votes? 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absence, 0 excused. Senate Joint Resolution 41 is adopted. Co-sponsors, moving on. Co-sponsors. Excellent. So I'm going to appoint, the president is going to appoint, they say I can appoint two. I'm going to appoint all the term limited members to let the governor know that we are concluded. So whether that has to be amended or not, do I have two people? Did we already name them? No. There will be a conference committee on this tomorrow. Majority Leader Scheffel. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Raleigh Heath, stand and be counted, sir. The Senate of the Colorado Legislature convened the second regular session of the 70th General Assembly. Hereby extends its heartiest congratulations and commendation to Senator Raleigh Heath. Senator Raleigh Heath was elected to the 67th, 68th, 69th, and 70th General Assemblies, where he represented his fellow citizens with honor and dignity. During his tenure in the Senate, he was elected by his peers as Majority Leader and Assistant Minority Leader and served with distinction as the Chair of State Veterans and Military Affairs and Transportation Committees and as Co-Chair of the Joint Select Committee on Redistricting, as Vice Chair of the Business, Labor, and Technology and Senate Services Committees, and as a member of the Appropriations, Education, Finance, and Legislative Counseling Committees, the Joint Select Committee on Job Creation and Economic Growth, and the Executive Committee of the Legislative Council. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for his exemplary service to our great state and wish him well in his future endeavors. Given this 11th day of May, 2016, at the State Capitol in Denver, Colorado, signed Bill L. Cadman, President of the Senate. Senator Heath, congratulations. Thank you for your service, and we wish you well.
Minority Leader Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Heath, this is a special time for me since you and I have worked together this past year as minority and assistant minority leaders. Raleigh, Senator Heath, you have never left my side. You have been totally devoted, not only to me, but to our Senate caucus. You're such a wise one, and you have served us well. I'm especially thankful for your solid friendship, which has never been questioned by me. Never doubted that you were there and giving me advice and being a mentor at the same time. You are one of the hardest workers I've ever known. Arriving early in the morning and leaving late at night. I've never seen anybody drive a car, be on the phone at the same time, and raise $100,000 in an hour like you can. It's amazing.
Good to know. Good to know.
Just amazing. I've thought of you. I know that you talk about your age in numbers sometimes. We share a similarity there. But I've always seen you as a young person because your spirit is young and you're always thinking of what's next. What are you going to do now? And so one of the things that I wanted to just read to you and say to you tonight are some words from one of my favorite singers, who's Joan Baez. And I know you and I are old enough to know who Joan Baez was and is. She has this song, and I don't know if she actually wrote these lyrics or someone else did, but it's called Forever Young. Maybe some of you remember that. And a lot of times we sing this at a time where the people are maybe a little younger than we are. But Raleigh, you are somebody whose your innovative spirit is not the spirit of someone who's feels like they have retired and gone and don't have anything else to give. Thank goodness you don't have that spirit. Thank goodness you have the spirit of someone who knows that tomorrow is a new day and the next journey after this is a new journey. But this is what some of the lyrics say. May God bless and keep you always. May your wishes all come true. No one's ever too old to have more wishes. May you always do for others and let others do for you. May you build a ladder to the stars and climb on every rung. And may you stay forever young. May you grow up to be righteous. May you grow up to be true. May you always know the truth and see the lights surrounding you. May you always be courageous, stand upright, and be strong. And may you always stay forever young. May your hands always be busy. May your feet always be swift. May you have a strong foundation when the winds of changes shift. May your heart always be joyful, and may your song always be sung. May you stay forever young, forever young, forever young. May you stay forever young. Thank you, my friend, for bringing the spirit of youthfulness to our hearts in the days, especially when we seem downtrodden and very tired. Your forever young heart has been meaningful to me personally, to this chamber, and to all Coloradans. Godspeed.
Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Madam President. Okay, Senator Heath, Raleigh. They get tough from here on out, my friend. I have heard in this chamber, I've been asked 1,000 times, what's with you and Raleigh? And I've said 1,000 times, you know, we just click. Everybody knows the story. It's appropriate that Josie's here. When I was a kid, I found myself at a business meeting with my dad. Somebody didn't have a tennis racket, and I loaned my racket to this man and his wife. And I'll tell you how long ago it was. It was the first generation oversized Prince. That dates all of us. And the stories are too numerous. I laugh when I see this on here, the Joint Select Committee on Job Creation, and we were all walking around in these monstrous badges that said Senator-elect Heath, Senator-elect Scheffel. There's the chair back there, Senator Schwartz. And when I got that phone call, I said, "You've got to be kidding me. I'm not even there yet. I'm not even sworn in." I walk in, and here's this guy there. And he had worked with my dad. And I remember thinking, I don't think I've ever told you this, I thought, how in the world am I going to come to this place and be effective if I've got to serve with this guy? I mean, the disparity in every category was mammoth. Go forward, and we've got a million stories of our friendship and stuff we've done together. The bills we've carried, the discussions we've had, the time we've spent in each other's offices, the problems we've solved, the things we've done. And I got to tell you, there were 1,000 times when you could have played that card. You didn't play it once. Never. And that so impressed me. Instead, you reached out and we became friends. How odd is that? That this multi-generational thing with this history, you could have played that card and lorded over me and played the superior and the, but you never did. And as a result, this 8 years, my friend, has been special. And it's a friendship. My dad even asked about it. And it's really quite remarkable. So to you, I just say thank you. It's been an honor to serve with you. And beyond that, the story could have so easily ended there. Would have been just a novel story involving a Prince racket 1,000,000 years ago and a couple of guys starting out wearing oversized badges. But what this was something special. It was really beyond both of us. It was a friendship. And it's been an honor to serve with you, and I thank you so much for that friendship and for the things that we've accomplished together, the stories we've told and the plans we've made and the different things. And the good news is I don't think the story ends here. I know we've got our dinner date planned, and I think we'll figure out a way to do some other stuff together. And so congratulations, thanks for your service, thanks for being my friend in this special place we call the Colorado State Senate. Thanks.
President Cadman.
Thank you, Madam President. I heard a while back somebody asking us, how old would you be if you did not have a birth certificate? I'm pretty sure I'd be twice my age. And I'm pretty sure you would be less than half my age. I have never seen somebody like you do what you've done in a place like this for countless hours. And I will tell you, just watching you made me tired. We called you the doctor of the dirty dozen. And you know we did. And when you stood at this microphone, bill after bill after bill after bill after bill, and amendment after amendment after amendment to midnight, a lot like tonight, but a lot less fun for us. And you didn't just sit over there because you had the votes, and I've seen that, we've all seen that. In the House, they're so juvenile still, they still call people out for that. But you stood here on offense and defense and articulated your position with passion and conviction and knowledge and experience and expertise. I might have believed you on a couple of them, but I wasn't going to vote for them. I said might have. You took us to school on how this place should work. You had the votes. You didn't have to justify your position at all. But I think you did it on behalf of the state of Colorado because you did what you believed in. And you always do what you believe in, and you always say what you believe in. And I think we always believe in the same thing. We just don't always believe in the same path to get there. And you were the same man when we took the gavel a year ago that you were before we had the gavel. Now, I still remember you going, I can't believe it, I can't believe it. But you never treated us any different before than you treated us afterward. You're the same man with the door shuts that you are out here. Not everybody can claim that. And I believed you when you said that the only reason you stayed was because we were here. And frankly, I'm glad you stayed. We needed you here. You taught me a lot about humility. You're a man of honor. You stood at this microphone after our multitudes of conversations, and I mean many, many conversations over the issues that we disagreed on and the predicaments we found ourselves in public policy on a few bills that won't be mentioned, like faster. We're not mentioning them. But you stood here and said, we didn't get that right. I should have left it at that. You taught me a lot. You taught me how to be more human. And some days that's pretty tough in this place. And really that's the key to success, isn't it? The thing that we need to be the most is the hardest to be. But you are always that. There is no other you than that. Thank you for sharing him with us.
Senator Carroll.
Thank you, Madam President. Raleigh is goodness, and you've heard it here. I think this place challenges all of us with the stress of the different things we go through. I can't think of anything else that is so all-encompassing except that you are such goodness. Raleigh, as you guys know, has no ego, which is also fairly unusual, let's face it, in this building and with what we do. And I think the fact that he has no ego that he's bringing to the table has been part of the secret of his success, about why he has been able to get so much done in this place, a fraction of which will have his name on it, and a huge majority of which won't. It'll only be those of us in his community or his colleagues that he served with, where we will know and see the fingerprints of everything Raleigh has done to make this state better. Normally we say Raleigh is very easygoing, because you are. But if you want to really see this building light on fire, have a conversation about how we invest in the importance of education or transportation or infrastructure or the vision of what kind of Colorado he thinks we should be. The tireless, and that is a word that comes up with a lot of people here, the just countless hours of time in the building and out of the building, because you believe everyone in Colorado should be able to prosper, to have opportunity, to succeed. And I've seen you light up and just take the most unbelievable ferocity of passion to those issues. Probably at the most personal level for me, I just want to say that if you ever find yourself in the trenches, especially if there are slings and arrows coming your way, there is nobody you would rather have your back than Raleigh. And I will forever be unbelievably honored for the time that we have been able to serve together. And thank you for helping us do great things in the building and for being an incredible friend and ally for me and for so many others. Thank you.
Senator Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I have a 78-year-old chauffeur. I do. Is that how old you are now? I can't keep track. You've been my chauffeur for a while. It started driving back and forth to work, but it really took off when we went and did the tour of the Transportation Commission across Colorado, La Junta, Steamboat, and in fact, I was the navigator through snowstorms and the September flood. When it was coming in, we were told to get back quickly. And I was literally looking at the weather map, seeing if we could get through Highway 93 into Boulder. And we caught a time when it allowed us to get in. I was really surprised. But along the way, I learned. And a couple things I learned. One is, I don't know if you've ever had the kernel done to you. I told Josie about this. Raleigh will say something with conviction, and that's the way it is, and you'll go, okay, and a little bit later you go, why did I say that? And he says it with such a sureness that you go along, and I haven't had that happen to me since my father, probably at about 16. So that's one thing, but the other thing is, have you ever noticed how he's always checking in? He's checking in on how you're doing, how's your family doing, and he coaches through that. And he's done that professionally, I came to learn, people with their professional careers. But he also does it as he goes along, and that's the way he operates in this building, because you all know that this building's a lot about relationships, or mostly about relationships. And so, Raleigh, you're a hell of a role model. I treasure my times with you, and I'm glad I navigated us through snowstorms and rainstorms and learned along the way. So thanks for doing that. This place is better for your work. You're relentless. I had Max Tyler at NCSL last year tell me, when I told him I was tired and going back to my room, that I'd only gone to one reception and Raleigh went to 4 with him. Seriously. That tells you the energy. You guys all have seen it. So thanks, Raleigh, for being the role model you are.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Madam President. My favorite passage in the Bible is found in 1 Thessalonians 5, and it starts, "We urge you, brethren," and I like to say sisterin, "recognize those who labor among you, who are over you in the Lord, and who admonish you, and esteem them very highly in love for their work's sake." Senator Heath is a leader. He is an elder. He's a coach. Senator Jones, you are right. Last year, negotiating, pushing for an assessment bill, Senator Heath was constantly prodding, don't give up, keep talking, keep trying, find a way. There was one position in the Senate that I had dreamed for about 10 years of holding, learning from the great example of Jennifer Vega, her grace and wisdom, and the tenacious Lois Tocktrop and our friend David Ballmer. And here this year I got the chance to have that opportunity to chair Senate business. And the ranking member, as Senator Scheffel, the majority leader, had indicated, had never played that card of being superior, of knowing more. But it was always encouraging, talking things through. And I'm most grateful for the number of unanimous votes that we had in that committee, because there was so much admonition, not scolding, but encouraging, not just for me, but other members of the committee to find the very best in our opportunities. Politics is a harsh, harsh business. And outside this Capitol, people would refer to any one of us harshly. It just doesn't do you justice. It doesn't do anyone justice. You are over me in the Lord. You have admonished me, and you have helped me be a better legislator. You are a coach. You are a leader. You're a mentor. And I'm grateful for the opportunity I've had to serve with you.
Senator Johnston.
Thanks, Madam President. I just wanted to tell you two things, Raleigh. The first is that the night I met you for the first time was the night that I knew I wanted to be a state senator. You and I had dinner together with Peter Groff and a couple of others, and I just thought, if my job gets to be hanging out with people like this, why wouldn't I do it? I mean, someone with an incredible career of accomplishment, a real passion for public service, a deep knowledge of policy, trying to make a better world and a better state. That seems like the place you sign up. I think the second and deeper one is, now that I'm leaving, I got to figure out what I'm going to do when I grow up. And I think to do that, you have to have a really good model of what you think you want your life to look like. You, my friend, have always been my model of what a life well lived looks like. You have a career of tremendous accomplishment. You have a life of distinguished public service. You have a healthy and happy and incredibly close-knit family that is as close today as I think they were when your kids were toddling. You have a wife who is more successful and charismatic than you, and yet I would say is probably more proud of you today than the day that she first walked down the aisle with you. And you have built that family and that career and this commitment all in one grand ball together. And I just think that wherever any of us head, my greatest hope is that someday I'll end up standing where you are, having built all the things that you've built. It has been an honor to get to know you.
Senator Heath.
Well, thanks, everyone. Mike, I didn't come down here and sit and write something, but I did at my desk at home till about 1:30. And it's all pretty useless right now in view of this evening. I didn't plan on coming and being a state senator. I was proud to have run for governor, and it's, if you get a chance, do it. I'm serious. It's an incredible opportunity to talk about the things that you really care about. And I thought I had done that, and some friends encouraged me to run. I said, hell no. And my wife, who I've alluded to a number of times this evening, of almost 55 years, as we were driving home, she said, Raleigh, why did you say that? And I said, Joseph, I'm 70 years old. I don't think I need to do it. I've got a great partnership that I'm working with. And she said, it's only wives can do, only your partners can do. Well, why don't you think about it? And 2 weeks later, I found myself running. And I can't tell you how glad I did. I was also encouraged by that senator back there who we talked about a few minutes ago, Gail Schwartz, who happened to be my first office mate, first chair of a committee, Mark, that you and I served on. But it's been an incredible experience, absolutely incredible experience. And the people you're hearing from tonight is why. What an unbelievable group. And you're going to hear from 3 more remarkable people here in a few minutes as soon as I shut up. But this class of 2016, I know we all think we're part of great teams, but this has been a remarkable group to share this experience with. I'm going to get a chance to talk about the three of them. And Lucia, this chance to spend these 2 years with you, it's been unforgettable, and you're a great friend. And she's a pretty darn good golfer, too, just so you know. We shared a wonderful round together last summer, and hopefully we get to do it again. It's been a great experience, and it's been a great capstone for me. I just wanted to kind of go back and talk about a few of the people that have made unbelievable impressions on me and allowed this experience to be better. Let me start with, where in the world is Richard? There he is. Richard Valenti, who was a court reporter, covered actually my race. I was smart enough to hire him, and Richard's been my assistant for 8 years. And for those of you that know him and have met him, his dry sense of humor, but how he has represented me with anybody that ever came in contact with our office, I can't say it enough. Richard, thank you so very, very much. And we've had remarkable people that came before us. We're talking tonight about those that are here, but I look back on the presidents that I've had the privilege of serving with. Peter Groff, that was here for 1 year. Brandon Schaefer, my good friend from Longmont, for 3 years. John Morse and Senator Johnston and I, the three of us hung out together and got to be great friends as well. And of course, that unforgettable year that I'm going to talk about when she gets up here following me with Morgan. And yes, Bill and Mark, I'm going to save those comments too when you get up here. But it's been a great experience. And yes, I did chair state affairs. A few of you were on the other side of that. But I think you all remember, and absolutely one of the most phenomenal human beings I think I've ever known, Bob Bacon, who sat right back there, chaired the Education Committee through some very tumultuous times, to include Senate Bill 191 and some of the things that have been alluded to, and Betty Boyd were my partners on state affairs. And when you have, as Ray Scott knows, when you are chairing state affairs, and certainly Jesse, if he were here, I'd comment, the bond that the three of you have in the majority is one that you will never forget, because you go through so much and you try to do it in a fair and equitable way, and it takes a lot of patience. But I've got to say how important they were. And of course, I've mentioned Gail, and we had a remarkable time together. And I just want to go back. Mark, you mentioned it, the committee that we served on before we ever got sworn in. It was at a time when this state and this country were in really bad shape. The people that testified before us, the contractors that came in, and mind you, I had just come from running a manufacturing company, and I understood how tough things were from a manufacturing. But the contractors that came in with us, they were laying off 30, 40, 50% of their workforce. And that committee, and I looked at, we came out of that committee with 18 bills. And I looked at some of the names that I'd sponsored bills with. Gentleman who sat right back where Ray is sitting right now, Sean Mitchell, was one of the people that I did one. Ray Marostica was another one. They were all bipartisan bills that we came together because we knew that we had to create jobs in this state, and we needed to get people back to work. And that got me involved in what you all know as my passion, career in technical education, and getting kids in school and getting them to understand the opportunities that are available in their lives. It led to all of the apprenticeships and the internships, and this body ought to be really proud of all the things we did around workforce last year and this year. all the things around concurrent enrollment and apprenticeships and internships. I was in New York and then did a national forum, and we are leading the country in concurrent enrollment and all of the partnerships that we have with businesses in this state around apprenticeships and internships. You've heard me talk about being in Germany and watching how they do it. All of those things were made possible. And I will close with this. When people say, what's the difference? You've done a lot of volunteer work, chaired a number of boards, had lots of opportunities in business. And when people ask, why do you do it? What's the difference? And we all know what the answer is. There's one simple answer to it. The ability to be down here and have somebody ask you, how do you vote? And to have the chance to cast a vote about the things you really care about. That's what makes this a sacred place. Thank you all for sharing this with me.
Majority Leader Scheffel. Colleagues, I'm going to suggest that for time's sake, we save our applause for the last part. We don't need to applaud each other. We do need to applaud our outgoing members. Just a suggestion. Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Morgan Carroll, where are you?
She's gone home. She went home.
Welcome to the hot seat. The Senate of the Colorado Legislature, convened in the second regular session of the 70th General Assembly, hereby extends its heartiest congratulations and commendation to Senator Morgan Carroll. Senator Morgan Carroll was elected to the 65th, 66th, 67th, 68th, 69th, and 70th General Assemblies, where she represented her fellow citizens with honor and dignity. During her tenure in the Senate, she was elected by her peers as President of the Senate, Majority Leader, Minority Leader, Majority Caucus Chair, and served with distinction as the Chair of the Judiciary and Senate Services Committees, as Vice Chair of the Judiciary and Senate Services Committees, and as a member of the Health and Human Services Committee, Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Energy Committee, the Committee on Legal Services, Executive Committee of the Legislative Council, the Legislative Audit Committee, and the Joint Select Committee on Redistricting. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for her exemplary service to our great state and wish her well in her future endeavors. Given this 11th day of May, 2016, at the state capitol in Denver, Colorado, Bill L. Cadman, President of the Senate, signed. Well, I guess we're going to hold our applause, but Senator Carroll, thanks for your service. It's an honor to serve with you, and we wish you well in your future.
Minority Leader Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this is another one of those situations where I can't believe this time has come. You've been here all the times that I've been here. I followed you. I was your vice chair for Judiciary. I was there with you as you worked on all of those wonderful bills. And I remember handing the gavel over to you the day you became President of the Senate. I remember all of the work that you've done, not only as president, as minority leader, as all of those things. I just want to quickly say that you are a true progressive. I think you're one of the very few progressive leaders in this country today. And I am proud to have worked with you and to have hopefully learned some of those traits and had some of those traits osmose into my own body and mind and soul. I will miss you, miss your guidance, and miss your spirit as you move on. And as you move on into hopefully that new place where you will continue to be as progressive as you have been here. It's been an honor, and you're my friend and sister. I'll never forget you and what you've done with me and for me.
Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carroll, you two are going to hear lots of comments about your depth of knowledge and incredible bandwidth. I'm just going to spend a second on that. How phenomenal to talk with you in your office when you were president and go through bills after bills after bills and detail after detail after detail, and the nuance that you brought and the tweaking, and I think we ought to do this and that and the other thing was remarkable. But that's not what I'm going to remember. What I am going to remember about you is when there was a shift in power in this building and people said to me, good luck. You now have to serve as the majority leader with the once president now serving in the minority. That's going to be a challenge. And you and I faced that straight up when we met every single morning about the order of the day and how to make things work in this building under difficult circumstances, because frankly it was hard from your side and it was certainly new from our side. But those are the things I'll remember and candidly cherish and treasure. I appreciated your reaching out and being so generous in that, and the relationship that we built during those times in making this place work, notwithstanding the political overtones and all that goes with that. Just two people working together to make the system work was noted and appreciated. It's been an honor to serve with you, and I wish you well. Thank you.
President Cadman.
Thank you, Madam President. I mentioned Gordon's axioms earlier as others have exhibited the characteristics that he thought we should all express in these positions. And Senator, you are no stranger to Gordon's axioms. You taught us what it meant to lead. You taught us what it meant to invest in others so that they felt like they got something out of their service here and were able to return to their constituencies and prove their value of the investment and the trust of the people that sent them here. You are also exceptional at reaching out, trying to find places to work with us. Not just me, because I was the minority leader, though that was appreciated, but when I would look back and find you on bills with some of the guys I wouldn't even get on bills with on my side, I knew you meant it. There really was no partisan divide sometimes. Sometimes. And I think that's where term limits is going to rob people that come behind us. We served in the House. You know what it's like to start there. You know what it's like to walk into your speaker's office when you're in the majority and go, why did my bill just get killed? He told me how often you were in there. I didn't know you could get in there that much. There's so many lessons to be learned, and with those lessons to be shared, and I think the capacity that you brought to the table was the ability to learn and to teach, to learn and to teach. And there was never an issue that we discussed that you hadn't already studied in depth and was and we're well acquitted to engage in. That's what makes you such a formidable adversary and such an unstoppable ally. And I've had a little bit of both since I've been here. I'll share a story that I don't think I've shared with most of the members here, but on that Saturday morning, when you called me to congratulate us for the election results, and we commiserated. And I said, I know you, I said, that was one of the toughest weeks I've been through after a very, very tough campaign season. And I said, I know it was tough for you, but yours was worse. And you know what we said to each other? We're tired. I said, I'm tired. You said you were tired. And then we shared the things that we had been through during the campaign season. We both know what it's like to be in the trenches. We both know what it's like to be above the trenches. And it is a fight on virtually everything. And that's just with your own people. It's really fun counting votes with you when it's time to stop something, and having an ally on civil rights made us stronger on those principles. Having an ally for things that were sort of close to our partisan divide, but finding a way to bridge that, built a bond that served us as individuals and as friends, and it built a bond that really contributed to a better Colorado. And I think of the lower North Fork, when we had an attorney general that was not supporting our efforts virtually every day. I think of the military study. And you really did find ways to collaborate and not just lip service. I mean, co-priming a bill is not lip service. Co-priming a bill on being fully invested in its outcome and the development of the policy and the issue and counting the votes, especially on the significant ones. Learning together that just because your name's on it doesn't make it pass. You should listen to this one. Just because you're in leadership and your name's on it doesn't mean it's going to pass. I would highly recommend you pick a committee and buy them dinner every other night if you'd like to change that in your future. Perhaps every night. But there is something to be said about the times when this aisle is invisible, and you were keenly responsible for making that happen more often than I can count. I can definitely count the other ones. I wish you Godspeed.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Madam President. And this is a kind of a happy, sad day, I guess, for all of us. Little mouse breathing here. Morgan and I came in together 12 years ago in the House, and we served Aurora, we served Arapahoe County, and we serve differently. Our styles are different. Our mission is the same. Our mission is to serve those that elected us and got us here. Our mission is to make sure that we listen carefully. And Morgan and I have had an opportunity to be in town hall meetings together. We've had opportunities to be in different meetings in our city and in our county. Never had the privilege to serve on the same committee together, but one of the things that I think is so unique to Morgan Carroll is that she will go through every detail, not once, but as thoroughly as possible to make sure that it is the best product. She's harder on herself than she is on anyone else. I have never heard her say an unkind thing about anybody. And that's pretty unique down here. When we were in the majority, when we served in the minority, I've never heard her degrade or be disrespectful to any person in this chamber or the House. And that is a great credit. I think that's something that says she looks at the issue. It never becomes personal. It never becomes somebody won and somebody lost. But it's about making sure that she is fighting for the rights of every single person. Always willing to listen. When we went through some of the toughest topics that we've addressed since we've been down here for these 12 years, and some of our town hall meetings, and having someone shake their finger and yell at a person and at us, and see the dignity and the grace that Morgan has. I used to think it was because she was a lawyer and she could legalese and talk people out of things. But it's not the legalese. It's just her style of knowing and understanding, the depth of listening, and the authenticity of giving the respect and dignity to every person that she meets. Morgan has left her mark in the House, in the Senate. She will long be remembered after she moves to the next step. But I think one of the things that I will cherish the most is her trust and her honesty of saying, I can't go with you on this bill, but I think if you do something else, maybe this will work. But I still might not vote for it. But I'll be honest, I'll be upfront, and kind of like what we heard from about Senator Stedman, I will help you make that bill the best possible so you'll be proud of what you've carried and what you've stood for. Morgan, you're a remarkable person. You are not just progressive, you are dynamite. It's that red hair, I think, that really gives you full credit. And I will never forget when we served in the House, and I think Senator Cadman, I believe you were still there, Senator Lumberg, when Larry Liston had the red wig and shook his finger on the podium because he was impersonating Morgan Carroll. We all laughed and thought that was funny. But when you stir the passion of a Morgan Carroll, you get things done. Morgan, I will miss you tremendously. Thank you. It's been an honor to serve with you. God bless you every day.
Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Madam President. I was elected to the House in 2002, started in 2003, so I was there a couple of years before Morgan came in. And I hope, Morgan, you'll take this in the best way. We heard about you before you got there. But I thought it was all good. They said, you wait till you see this beautiful redhead who is smarter than, and he was really, really smart. And I was excited because I'd heard about how smart you were and how liberal you were. And coming from Colorado Springs, I have always made it a point to say I'm a liberal because it's like a dare in Colorado Springs. And to see somebody and to hear somebody at the microphone in the House who was as passionate and as dedicated to liberal causes, but was so much more eloquent than I, gives me still someone that I look up to, someone that I aspire to reach those heights.
I just hope that someday I can grow up to be like you, Morgan. But somebody else has said it better than I. If I can pull this up, let's see, I have to put my thumb there. Okay. So, a liberal is someone who looks ahead and not behind, someone who welcomes new ideas without rigid reactions, someone who cares about the welfare of the people, their health, their housing, their schools, their jobs, their civil rights, and their civil liberties, someone who believes we can break through the stalemate and the suspicions. If that means I'm a liberal, then I'm proud to say I'm a liberal. JFK said that, and you can be proud to say it as well.
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Madam President. And it was spoken up here about former Representative Liston in a red wig shaking his finger and invoking terror. Let me tell you, there's nothing more terrifying than being a freshman in this building and a freshman over in the House. And in the House, those of you that have served there and stood at the podium in the House, the aisle going up to the door is much longer than it is here. There is nothing more terrifying than being a freshman in the House, standing at the podium, having a bill that's coming back from the Senate with an amendment, and you think you're going to pull a fast one over on Morgan Carroll with a Senate amendment. And there is nothing more terrifying than seeing Morgan Carroll stand up from her chair in the back aisle there when you think you pulled a fast one on her and she starts marching down the aisle to this podium. There's nothing more terrifying than that. Because, folks, you don't pull a fast one over on Morgan Carroll. Not when you're a freshman, not when you're a sophomore, not when you've been here for 10 years. You don't out-politic her, you don't outthink her, you don't outmaneuver her. She is always 3 steps ahead of you. And that is what makes her a great legislator, that's what makes her a great person, that's what makes her so valuable here in this building and perhaps other buildings where those talents will be very valuable in the future. Thank you for being that person and legislator to teach us all. Thank you, Morgan.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, all this conversation regarding progressivism and liberalism has really got me choked up, Senator Carroll, as you all can imagine. Really exciting stuff. But, colleagues, a couple of things I want to rise and in tribute to Senator Carroll here, because we've done some good work together. When we've been on the opposite sides of issues, we've been on the opposite sides of issues. And we've both done, I think, pretty good work. And when we've agreed on things and we see an opportunity, and I remember back in 2012, there were a couple things that came up and I was looking for allies. And I looked within my own caucus and there weren't enough numbers there. And I remember talking to my good knuckle-dragging conservative friends in the caucus at that time, and they said, maybe you need to talk to Senator Carroll. And I said, you got to be kidding me. She's the one who gives me the Morgan Carroll death stare as I sit over in that seat when we're arguing about things. And all of you know it because even some of you get it occasionally from time to time. Haven't seen it in the last couple of years, though, too much, Senator. But I remember that. I remember the first time I saw it, and my good friend, Senator Grantham, used to get me in trouble because he used to do it. He'd look and he'd stare. Yeah. And he'd get me laughing, and then sooner or later, you'd stare at me, and I'd be laughing or something, and it was really at Senator Grantham when he sat over in that chair over there. But Senator, I'll tell you, your ability to help us come together on different issues, and when we would count votes on my side of the aisle and your side of the aisle, probably to the chagrin of leadership at times, but that's the way it goes, powdered alcohol. Things happen, I think, for the benefit of everyone, and I really appreciate that, and it's been a pleasure to work with you,
And we always have that opportunity to work together when it's key things that we can agree with. And when we choose to disagree, let's bring our best and let's go from there, and I always appreciate that too. So thank you, Senator.
Senator Heath.
Well, my turn, Morgan. One of the days that I will never forget and will always cherish was that day you made that call to me and said, Raleigh, would you consider running for majority leader? I'd love to have the chance to share this with you. And I got to say thanks immediately. I didn't have to think about it. And it was an unbelievable experience from many standpoints, but when you share, certainly watching Mark and Bill share this role, it's a very intimate relationship in so many ways. Because obviously you get to know each other very well, and you get to share moments that you can't share with anybody else. It was just a heck of a lot of fun. You are an amazing woman, and as I said earlier, we have so many powerful, talented women, and all of us males are very lucky. But to get to share this experience with you was absolutely fascinating. One of the proudest things I got to do in this chamber was every morning to say, Madam President. And it wasn't just that I was saying it. I truly meant it, because you were Madam President. And you took that role on so seriously as you do everything else you do in your life. I thought I worked hard and spent a lot of time at it. You always beat me. And your ability to literally go through everything, and not only just go through it, but to digest it and be able to talk about it and discuss it and digest it was remarkable is not the word for it, but just was an incredible thing to watch. It was a thing of beauty in many respects. And I only got to call you Madam President for a year. Then we switched, and then I had the privilege of being your assistant minority leader. And when you go from president to being minority leader, folks, that isn't a lot of fun. We all know that. And the fact of the matter is, nothing you did changed. The title didn't change a thing. You worked just as hard. You dissected all the policies the same way you did when you were president. Nothing changed, because you were driven by one simple, singular focus, and that is to get it right for the people that you represented, and to get it right for all of us. That is a remarkable trait. That is a remarkable trait. To be standing up there and be Madam President, and then to be sitting down here and yet have that same focus, that same drive that you literally bring to everything you do is a remarkable, remarkable trait. And one that's going to carry you well. Because anything and everything you do the rest of your life, you will bring that same drive, that same motivation, that same commitment. I've been proud to serve with you. Thank you.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Todd mentioned trust. And I wanted to come and just recollect a few moments of trust. when Senator Carroll first got to the House, her first big bill was HOA reform with Senator Hagedorn. And wearing the blue badge, I remember one late night down in the cafeteria where she was gathering input from all manner of stakeholders, and she was overwhelmed with input. But later at an event that my employer hosted, she said something very kind that we didn't always agree, but she trusted what I had to say, and that was very helpful for me in my career and with my employer. When I got elected here, I had the privilege of being in the majority in the House and looking for a bill sponsor for court appointed investigators. Had the opportunity to visit with Senator Carroll, and we agreed that this is what we wanted to do. It wasn't compromising. She wasn't asking me to give up something, and I wasn't asking her to give up anything, but this is what we wanted to accomplish, and we trusted each other, and we passed a bill that many thought could not be passed. And last year, on the opt-out bill, a mom texted me and said, "Hey, another mom just talked with Senator Carroll. You ought to go talk with her. I think she might want to be a sponsor on that bill." And we did pass that bill through here with the majority leader and the minority leader, both as sponsors on that bill. And I walked up to the office there and asked, is Senator Carroll available, the minority leader? And about 30 seconds later, the door opened and said, "Come on in." And we sat down and had a conversation based on trust. We've said many times tonight that we disagree on many things. If I may go without the title and just say, Morgan, I'm grateful for who you are as a person and just being able to look another person in the eye and allow a level of trust. Thank you.
Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, Madam President. I had no idea that Senator Merrifield and I both shared the fantasy of wanting to be Morgan Carroll when we grew up. So this is for Senator Morgan Carroll. You are brilliant and you are bright, guided by a righteous light, thorough in all you do, never settling for this will do. You read each bill through and through, for one never knows what may change its hue. Through the commas, pauses, tenses, you make sure to the people we hold true. As Senate President, you demonstrated being in the minority doesn't have to be hated. Even Ted Harvey sang your praises audibly because your loyalty stayed with good policy. You are my mentor in judiciary. The people of Colorado are the beneficiary of the knowledge which in me you grew. Next year I will really miss you. But our loss will be Congress's gain. Washington will never be the same, for Morgan Carroll knows what is right, and she'll never back down from a good fight.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Madam President. Does this mean this is the end of the Fourth Amendment caucus? Or do I have to recruit some new members? Fair enough.
All right, Senator Carroll.
Well, I didn't actually prepare anything. Somehow I knew this was the last day, but I wasn't really thinking about this moment. Let me just say thank you. I can't believe how fast 12 years goes. And if you take a moment to realize that how fortunate are we to have a job where you can wake up every day and decide what you can do to benefit 5 million people in this state, and to cast the vote, and to go to bed knowing what the righteous fights were you fought every day, who you're fighting for, what you're fighting for. There aren't a lot of jobs quite like that. And in 12 years, I think sometimes it can be easy in this place to look at the roadblocks you hit or the ones that don't quite make it. But I hope everyone takes a moment tonight and through the end of this session to be proud of your best work, our best work, of what we've done for the people of Colorado. And I know most people don't know the bill numbers that we carry or what follows from that. But as no surprise, I'm a big policy dork at heart. And we get to make laws. And these laws have consequences. And sometimes the law is the problem. And everything we do every single day in the affirmative, what we do, what we don't do, potentially has the impact on 5 million people in this state. That is really incredible. And I just want to thank, well, the constituents in my district that gave me a chance to do this. But the opportunity to serve with each of you has been incredible. And I did want to say that, and this almost harkens back a little bit to John Morse, but this is so true. Alone, there is not one of us that can do anything in this building. None of us can do a darn thing by ourselves. And everything that every one of us have accomplished while we have been here has been, because we at least had the minimum math, but it has been because it has required really significant work together and some unusual coalitions that have formed along the way, right? With, I was proud to carry a bill with Senator Marble this year, and people would joke when Senator Lundberg and I would be working on midwives or the Fourth Amendment caucus or whatever. Not all the people think every bill down here is partisan, and it really is a small minority of bills where that's the case. And because of the relationships that are here, and because of realizing that none of us can do anything here by ourselves, what we've been able to do together, I think Colorado is a beacon to be proud of across the country. It certainly is a beacon to be proud of compared to Congress in DC. I think we have good process. We have public hearings. We welcome and encourage public input. We balance our budgets. There's a lot that we do right in this process here, and there's things that we get wrong. I think the main thing I want to part with is just another note of gratitude. None of the things that I have found most meaningful of doing in my life in this chamber would have been possible without you. And I want to thank you for your help in making a difference for people in this state.
President Cadman.
Thank you, Madam President. The Senate of the Colorado Legislature convened in the second regular session of the 70th General Assembly hereby extends heartiest congratulations and commendation to Senator Mark Scheffel. Senator Mark Scheffel was elected the 67th, 68th, 69th, and 70th General Assemblies, where he represented his fellow citizens with honor and dignity. There's kind of a theme going here, isn't there? During his tenure in the Senate, he was elected by his peers as Majority Leader, Assistant Minority Leader, and Minority Caucus Chair. Served with distinction as the Chair of the Committee on Legal Services, Vice Chair of the Senate Services Committee, as a member of the Business, Labor, and Technology, Education, Finance, and Judiciary Legislative Council Committees, the Joint Select Committee on Job Creation and Economic Growth, the Joint Select Committee on Redistricting, that's a lot of fun, the Executive Committee of the Legislative Council. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for his exemplary service to our great state and wish him well in his future endeavors. Given this 11th day of May, 2016, State Capital, Denver, Colorado, yours truly.
Minority Leader Guzman.
Thank you, Madam President. One of the best things that happened to me, I think, was when I was elected Minority Leader, because I got the opportunity to work with Mark Scheffel. What an endearing man. I'm just going to, because I don't want to go on and on, although I really wish I could. Because I know that you are a faithful man and a religious man. I just am reminded of some scripture that ties it all up for me in terms of my working with you and in terms of who you are and what you've done. And that is the scripture that says, "Well done, thy good and faithful servant." It's been a joy and an honor and to be with you, to work with you. You're an amazing human being. Thank you.
President Cadman.
Thank you, Madam President. Mark Scheffel is a man of faith, conviction, and if he's not a gentle giant, there's never been one. And if he is not one, there will never be one. And I'd like to say he has a heart of gold, but that pales in comparison to the true value of what pumps through his body. He has shouldered this institution like nobody I've ever seen, and certainly nobody I've had an opportunity to work with. I wish you all could see what he does. You talk about an iceberg, where most of the stuff is below the surface. Doesn't even compare. Some of you know what that means to run this place. Some of you know what that means to carry this institution and maintain decorum. None of us knows what it means to get a one-page calendar until this year. That didn't just happen. There's a lot of whiteboards behind that, and a lot of this behind that. And the things that you don't know, you won't know. And what you don't know is that he did all this during a time of incredible personal struggle and challenge with family, kids in school, car wreck, just literally hours ago, of his wife. But he continued to hold the rudder of this amazing institution at a time when it's a hurricane. I've been here a long time. Worked for Congress, met a lot of great leaders, was in the military, met a lot of great leaders. I've known a lot of great men. There are great men in this building. And there were great men in this building before you got here, and there will be great men in this building when we leave. But I have known no greater man than you. I have worked with no greater leader than you, and I will never have a better friend than you. I love you, Mark Scheffel.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Madam President. Of all the people in this room, I've known Mark Scheffel much longer than anyone else. First met him when I put together a little media show for his wedding for his wife and himself. Now, you got to understand that what you get with that is all the pictures way back to the bearskin rub shot, etc. You kind of get to know the guy, you know. Anyway, And you brought the slideshow. Yeah, and if you'll just turn it on. Don't do that. Okay. But it's been my privilege to work very close with Senator Scheffel these last couple of years as the Assistant Majority Leader. And my respect for this man has grown immensely. His skill and his calm hand, his skill of leadership, of seeing the big picture and keeping it all under control. You all know that, but I'll tell you, if you show up every morning and your door is right next to his, and he beats you in every morning, and he's there when you leave every night, and it's all put together in a well-organized package, and it's, you know, there are just so many elements to fold into that. But I've learned a great deal, and you've given an incredible amount to this institution, to each and every one in this room. I've seen you reach across the aisle and stretch to try to meet the needs and the desires and the, you know, the plans for everyone in here. That's a very significant contribution you've made. Again, it's the hour is late, but the time is necessary to say thank you very much. Godspeed in all you do. And don't go far, because we'll need your advice. Thanks, Mark.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Madam President. The senior senator from Douglas County comes from incredibly good stock. You have probably met Norm and Marlon as they've sat over here, and the glow of pride has emanated from them as they watch their son act as majority leader here. You probably have met Mark's brother Tom, and you certainly know his sister Deborah. I had the opportunity to move to Douglas County and become part of the Douglas County Republican Party when Chairman Mark Scheffel led that group. In 2004, he asked me to take over Get Out the Vote, and we set a record that drew national attention. Every time we talk about this, I think the percentage goes up, but it was about 97% of registered Republicans voted. The Wall Street Journal came and did an investigation, and they talked with then County Clerk Carroll Murray and our chair, Mark Scheffel, and came away and said, "What an impressive machine. It's all accurate. They really did it." In the spring, late winter, spring of 2008, I was at an executive committee meeting of the Douglas County Republican Party when our friend, he was here earlier, Tom Weens, announced that he was not going to seek re-election. I grabbed my cell phone and stepped out of the room and called Mark Scheffel, who was no longer chairman, and said, "Mark, Tom's not running. We're going to make you the next senator from Douglas County." He and Sherry and the family were skiing. It took a while for them to start returning the calls, but I think mine was first. I think Kendall Unruh's might have been second, but there was a long list of them. And within a few days, we were meeting as a team at Reed and Scheffel in Parker. That's Mark's law firm. We went to assembly. He needed 100, or we thought we had 111 votes, and he came away with 118. I got to sit on the teller committee, and as the chair of the assembly announced the results, I was the first person to turn and lean in close and say, "Congratulations, Senator." I didn't use the hyphen elect, but here we are. Mark was there to nominate me at my assembly in 2010. He pledged to voters that he would focus on business personal property tax relief, and he did that. People have asked over the years, you know, who is Mark Scheffel? What is he like? And the only comparison I can offer is, in my life, he's George Washington. He can't tell a lie. I don't think his parents, his brother, his sister, his children, I don't think there's any baggage in their family at all. If there's opposition research out there, I don't know what it is. All right. I am so proud to have worked closely with my friend Mark Scheffel. And when the election results were known, to be able to look to Mark as the senior senator and to spend 2 years here in this chamber. God has truly blessed us, my friend. And I'm grateful for your leadership. I'm grateful for your family. My family moved constantly. And what I want for my wife and my sons is to be like the Scheffels, so that my sons, when they have kids, that people get to know them, that they know not just their parents, but their grandparents, and the legacy that that kind of generational credibility, reputation, it really matters. Character matters. And I'm so proud to have served with you. Thank you.
Senator Carroll.
Thank you, Madam President. I think calm is something that is used to describe you a lot, and you know, the same thing with Gentle Giant, which there's not much calm in this building, really, ever, and I think that becomes less so in leadership. I think sometimes when you're sitting in these two chairs, even if you're having a righteous fight of opposition, you may not always realize that there's a partnership that needs to happen for the institution, for the whole thing to function. That it's not really about being declared and sworn enemies all the time. And in fact, the better that you partner to work the process for the sake of everybody, it really does require a partnership with that. And I know that you have with our minority leader there, but really a proud, it was an incredible experience to be able to work with you as far as planning the whole process, straight talk, straight conversation, down to business, getting things done. But when everybody else is on fire, I gotta say, this won't surprise anyone. You have definitely been the calm in the storm, and I think you will be very deeply missed in this chamber.
Senator Heath.
Thank you, Madam President. What did Paul Harvey used to say? Now you know and now for the other side of the story. Now for the rest of the story. Thank you, thanks, President Cadman. Well, Mark told you one side of it, and I will tell you the rest of it. It's all true. It's all true. Mark's dad and I worked together from, gosh, really 1978 to 1981. We worked directly together. And I can tell you at that stage of my life, I just gotten promoted to general manager, and job that I had dreamed of. We had a wonderful division with wonderful people, and we did not talk politics. I don't believe I ever talked to Mark's dad about politics ever. I had no clue. I had no interest. We had a job to do. He was the head of microfibers, which basically is the product that went into clean rooms, and he was running a marvelous business, and he was a great person to work with. And as Mark said, we met actually the same year that we were at the sales meeting at the time when the U.S. men's hockey team beat Russia, and that happened during that same meeting that you learned your tennis racket. So when Mark and I found ourselves together, he immediately came and introduced himself, and we shared this. And when Mark and I were both sworn in, his folks were here, and it's the first time I'd seen his mom and dad since at least 20 plus years, probably closer to 30. It was fun. And the nice thing about this is I'm sorry they weren't here tonight. I know they weren't doing well. But it's been fun to renew those acquaintances. And Mark and I did. We hit it off immediately, and we literally vowed that we were going to do our best to do as many things together as we possibly could, knowing full well that we both had a very, very different districts that we represented. We often said, how can we come up here and say basically the same thing and then vote just the opposite? And Mark would always remind me, Raleigh, you represent Boulder, I represent Douglas County, and it became obvious. But Mark, I asked Richard to come and just get the bills since I was majority leader, and then the 2 years that you were majority leader. So in the last 4 years, we've done 7 bills together. And we've had a couple that didn't get passed that would have even made it more. And there's no secret. Going from majority leader to the assistant minority leader, I'm honored to be in that position, but it's not the same. But I also knew that when I was thinking about, do I really want to come back? I'm 76 years old, and Bill, you alluded to this. I knew that I would have an opportunity to have my voice heard, and you have honored that in spades. It's a pleasure, my friend. And this friendship has meant a lot. We're going to go out to dinner in a couple weeks and kind of rehash old times. But it's been just a unique experience. For those of you, the 4 of us, with Morgan just speaking, Bill, Mark, you, right after Morgan and I, after the difficult times we all faced with the recalls and all of that, and Morgan assuming the role and me assuming my role, after one meeting, the 4 of us decided we'd meet every week, and we continued to do that. And then we continued it again when you all assumed your role, and that, I think, it's all about relationships. So, my friend, you have honored everything you said, and I have appreciated it, and I can't tell you how much I've enjoyed it and what a privilege it's been to serve with you. Thank you, my friend.
Senator Martinez-Humenick.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, one of the things that I have learned from Senator Scheffel is that his 10 minutes means an hour and a half, most likely. And that reminded me of my mom when we used to go to the grocery store, and she'd say we were going to be there just for 10 minutes, and a half an hour later, an hour and later, we walked out. But I wanted to say, as a new senator last year, I really appreciated the guidance. And when I was fired up about something, the calmness and reminding me that, did you think about this? Have you talked to these folks? And in most cases, I had, but in some cases, I had not. So I really appreciated the guidance and the leadership that you have shown for me and for us this year. And I think the calm demeanor that you have showed sometimes made me wonder how you were an attorney. Nothing against attorneys, but I think that you've probably been able to work things out with your clients because of your calm demeanor. And so I really appreciate what you've given to me personally and to the caucus and to all of us in this chamber for the past 2 years, and I really am going to miss you. And I was trying to get him, there was a lobbyist that had followed him into our office about a week ago when they were supposed to be going on the ghost tour. So I was trying to lead him out, and so I put my hands on his shoulder, and he goes, "Oh, I thought you were going to give me a hug." I was actually trying to pull him away. So anyway, thank you so much for all that you've done. I've heard very great things about the work that you guys have done before, and I think that the 2 of you have been great leadership for us. So thank you.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'm going to start off by talking about how once we got the majority, you knew it was coming, didn't you? Once we got the majority, we all struggled. You guys had it. You knew how things worked. It was like clockwork, and it was a learning curve for a lot of people that had never been in the majority. And last year, working with Mark, and we finally kind of got the wheels back on the track, and we're going down the road pretty good. And then that session ended. We come back this year, and we seem to have things together a little better. And as time went on, and working through the calendar, as we all did, both sides of the aisle, we worked together, and that's what we've heard earlier is, you know, how he has the connection to work with the other side, to work with everybody in general. But as we move through, you know, last couple of weeks, we have worked on that calendar, and we've been ahead almost every day. Almost every day we've been ahead. So I just wondered what the hell happened today. Next. That being said, Mark, no, really, you've been great to work with. And speaking to the calm, I mean, I'd go in the office with my hair on fire about something. He'd say, "Okay, wait a minute. Let's sit down and talk about this." And he always had a solution or a path to a solution, and I really enjoyed that about him. It's been great working with you. And to Senator Humanic's comment about the 10 minutes always being an hour or whatever it happened to be. But you know, he would always take the time. I don't know how many times he'd say, "Come with me." And we get about right here, and he'd say, "You wait right here for me." And then he was gone. But he'd always come back eventually. But it's, seriously though, it's been great working with you. I've enjoyed your sense of humor. I've enjoyed our April Fools together. I'm going to miss you. Thanks for your leadership. Thanks for your guidance. And God bless you and great things into the future.
Senator Grantham.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator, it definitely is an honor to have served with you. Having served 3 years with you and the President in leadership in the minority, and then the last 2 years working closely with you from across the street and over here into leadership, it's been a pleasure to be able to do that. Some of the things I certainly appreciate many things about you and the qualities that you have. Your sense of humor, as Senator Baumgartner mentioned, and if you haven't heard the story of Yellowstone, you should hear the story of Yellowstone. I will certainly not repeat it, but it is worth hearing. And just watching him try to tell the story as he laughs his way through it is humorous in its own right. I appreciate that about you, though. And also your calm leadership. When we talk about cooler heads prevailing, it's usually Mark that is that cooler head prevailing, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Scheffel. You've helped me out quite a bit this year. I've badgered the crap out of you quite a bit. Thank you for being a role model. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Senator Woods.
Thank you, Madam President. On a recent set of bills we were working on, I got in the habit of calling them Stedman because we were Cadman and Scheffel, Scheffel and Cadman. We had to get them involved a lot, so I'm going to talk to both of you because I can't do this twice. For your leadership, thank you. For your leadership, your guidance, your help, your hand-holding when necessary, for the courage you two showed, and you know what I'm talking about. I am deeply grateful. I knew you had my back. Deeply grateful for that. I admire you. I know I'm going to be a better person and a better legislator because I served with you two. Thank you, and we will miss you.
Senator Scheffel, or Majority Leader Scheffel.
Well, I'm really calm, except we kind of got to get going. Haven't done the big guy yet. Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I will be brief because we got to get out of here. Yeah, time to go home. Thank you to all of you. Honor to serve in this building with you all. This is a special place. What goes on here is special. And you all know I could walk around the room and talk to each of you, and you all know what I'm thinking of. I think I've touched each of you in some way, working on some little thing or solving some problem, and candidly, it's been very much a two-way street. So it's I who am thanking you. It's an unusual and special privilege to do what we do here, and it has been an incredible privilege to do it here with you. I'll leave you with this, and it's kind of sobering, but I think it's got a happy ending. I was reflecting, I've made a little box here. I started in that desk there, in between Mike Kopp and Keith King, moved over to the caucus chair, the assistant, and ended up here. And the graciousness of my colleagues in allowing me to serve in this little box and mostly in leadership capacity is unparalleled, and I thank you. One of the great privileges of my life. People ask me all the time what it's like to be down here, and I always say it's not fun. Fun's watching my son play baseball. It's not work. I know what that is. I've got an office in Parker. This is special. This is service. This is something unique. And the graciousness from this side of getting to work with you has been special. I can look across here, and I've done stuff with all of you, and you've done stuff with me. As I get ready to leave this podium, really short here, it was sitting right there between Keith King and Mike Kopp as a freshman. Let me try to get through this. As a freshman when we did our first memorial. I can't even tell you who we were doing. But I was sitting there as a freshman, and I didn't understand this place, and I was kind of trying to figure it out, Senator. And they were going on and on about this individual and all the wonderful things they've done. And I leaned over to Mike Kopp, who was sitting right there, and I said, wow, this guy must have been something else to get this kind of treatment down here. And he paused, and he looked at me, and he leaned in and he said, they do this for everyone. And then he blew me away because he said, and they'll do one for you. And it was sort of funny, but it was really sobering, actually. And so, as I get ready to leave this podium, I'm sobered because I know I'll be back. We'll all get back here eventually, and we'll get to talk about our colleagues, and that's pretty sobering. But I say that because what goes on in this building, what we talk about, the fact that we hear and we get a little sad and a little sobered, and we're taken and touched by this place is because it's bigger than us. We will be faded pictures on the walls here at some point, and we'll gather together and talk about each other, but what's going on here, what we have done is beyond us. That's why every morning we pledge allegiance to that flag. That's bigger than us. I submit to you, colleagues, that's why every morning we say a prayer. That's a whole lot bigger than all of us. And I guess as I reflect on that, I'll end where I began. To the people of Colorado, to my parents, to my family, thank you for the honor and privilege to have served in this place and to do what we do here, to be part of this incredible, magical system that the founders put together. It is amazing. It is amazing. People ask me all the time, why don't you get uptight when things don't go your way? So they're like, man, this system is phenomenal. It's phenomenal, and it's been an honor and privilege to serve with you and be a part of it. Thank you so much. It's your turn. I do guarantee we'll get out of here on time. I know the motion really well.
So last and certainly not least, Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Madam President.
Actually, sorry, do we? Okay. Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, the Senate of the Colorado Legislature convened in the second regular session of the 70th General Assembly hereby extends heartiest congratulations and commendation to President Bill L. Cadman. Senator Bill Cadman was elected to the 63rd, the 64th, the 65th, the 66th, deep breath, 67th, 68th, 69th, and the 70th General Assemblies, where he represented his fellow citizens with honor and dignity. During his tenure in the Senate, he was elected by his peers as President of the Senate, Minority Leader, Assistant Minority Leader, Caucus Chair, and served with distinction as the Chair of the Senate Services Committee, and as a member of the Health and Human Services Committee, Local Government and Energy Committee, the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee, the Executive Committee of the Legislative Council. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for his exemplary service to our great state and wish him well in his future endeavors. Given this 11th day of May 2016 at the State Capitol in Denver, Colorado, signed by Ellen Roberts, Senate President Pro Tem. I'm going to hand you this. All right, we're going to expedite. Okay, rock and roll. I'll lead this off real quick, or do you want to do it? Let me do mine.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Yeah, and then you go. All right. I vividly remember standing at this podium and turning around for the first time and saying, President Cadman. And our eyes met, and we kind of remembered all the stuff that we'd been through to get here. The hour is short and the stories are too many. I can just tell you that it is a amazing combination of hours and hours sitting toe-to-toe, wrangling over some important matter of state and trying to wrap our brain around it on behalf of the citizens and figure out this place. And then it's just kicking back when it was really too late and this place was very empty, and watching a movie together and just talking and joking. For a guy that's so calm and pretty serious, I've never laughed so hard. There's candidly been times when I've cried pretty hard. And I can just tell you, Mr. President, friend, Bill, it's been a privilege. To be able to ride this wave with you is really second to none. You're an amazing individual with an amazing capacity for work, for fun, for play, for love, for all that goes with that. And I know, as you contemplate leaving this place, how much you love this, how much this means to you. From the service side and serving the people of Colorado, I've seen it. It's in your core. It runs in your blood. How selfless you can be in serving these great people in this building and the people in here. And you know, it's funny. You said what I want to say, and I could go on for a while. I'm not going to because I know our colleagues want to chat about you. But bottom line is, it's an honor to serve with you. And I got to tell you, Bill, I love you, man. You're awesome.
Minority Leader Guzman.
Thank you, Madam President. It's been a privilege. It's been a real special treat to have been elected to the position I have at this time, because it gave me an opportunity to serve with Senator Scheffel and gave me a chance to serve more closely with you. I have had the opportunity to get to know you at a deeper level, and that's important to me. You are an amazingly strong and wonderful Republican. You are a very fine Republican, and I have had the opportunity to kind of know a real Republican and what real Republicans are really, really made of, and how good they can actually be, and how sweet and kind and gentle they can be, how wise they can be, how innovative they can be. But it is It is true that you are a great Republican, and I want you to know that I have learned a lot, and it really is true that people from different parties, from the opposite side of the aisle, can truly learn to love each other, to respect each other, and get some good work done. I will treasure that time I've had with you, and I will treasure what I've learned in terms of working together. God bless. Yeah.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Madam President. See if I can do this in 60 seconds or a little bit more. Yes. 2003, I'm a freshman member of the House, kind of sitting in the back of the room. There's one row behind me, and there's this constant monologue of jokes just coming at me all the time. And I'm thinking, who, what is this? Now, he was the vice chairman of State Affairs, and I was on State Affairs, and this one bill comes through, it was Ted Harvey's bill. And there was just something that wasn't right about this bill, and it bugged me, but it passed, and then it got on the floor. And I talked to the vice chair, and he said, well, let me show you how to call it back to the committee, and we'll rework it, much to Ted Harvey's disgust and chagrin. And even back then, you worked the process, and you didn't have to. You didn't have to spend this time, but you did. You showed the leadership that we've seen so clearly in these last 2 years, way back then to me. I appreciate that so much, and it's been such a pleasure to work with you through these many years. Godspeed. You're not done, but next job is next year. Thanks.
Senator Kerr.
Gavelin, just gavelin.
And we're
Thank you, Madam President. 3 words.
Sounds like 2 syllables.
Goodbye, Bill.
Senator Newell.
That's your best speech ever.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I know you worked so hard so that I would not be in this chamber. I know that.
Yes, I did.
But I also know and so respect and so love you for, once I was here, for welcoming me, for, yes, killing some of my bills, but on a human level, you are a beautiful, loving person, and I'm so grateful for, especially last week, when my daughter was singing and you pulled me up there. That shows the humanity that we are in this chamber. And thank you. Love you.
Senator
Republican.
Martinez Humanic.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam President. I have to say that when I first got here, I think it was you, Mr. President, Majority Leader, and Senator Grantham, and I was looking up at all 3 of you going, my gosh, you must have to be really tall to be a senator. But what I have learned is that height doesn't matter, that we have a great respect for each other, and I've really learned a lot from you as our president and the leadership team, and I really appreciate the fact that I didn't get here by myself. So I want to just say thank you.
All right. Senator Grantham.
Thank you, Madam President. Much of what I have to say is similar. It seems like over the last 3, 4, 5 years now, we talk about leadership, we talk about the quality of leadership in our caucus, and It's Bill and Mark, Mark and Bill. And you guys are a team, and I really appreciate all that you've done. Bill, it's been an honor to serve with you. It's been an up and down ride, especially as we were in the minority and many of the different things we faced, and then winning. It's just been an honor to serve under your leadership. I'll probably bring Senator Martinez-Humanic back up because I need somebody to blame on this. Colleagues, you know what you're getting ready to do, so please get out your weapons. And this is for you, Bill. I'm waiting for your head to explode. For you. Bill, thank you for all you've done.
And I concede the timer is at 9 minutes and 10 seconds, and President Cadman has some things he wants to say. So please, we have 3 more people, Senator Heath, Senator Carroll, and Senator Newell.
Well, the world is about relationships, Bill. And the relationships we've been able to establish here mean an awful lot to me. And I can't tell you how much I've appreciated this experience working with you. Thank you so much.
Senator Carroll.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'm sorry that our president is finding himself at the short end of an evening. I think everyone who served with you knows that you are whip smart, amazing sense of humor, worthy ally, worthy adversary. I wish we had time to properly pay tribute to your 16 years of service in the building, but I would be remiss if I didn't come down and say I think on behalf of all of us, we really thank you for your service.
Thanks.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. President, and also Mr. Majority Leader, thank you for herding the cats.
All right, President Cadman.
We're going to go long tonight. You know, thank you, Madam President. Senator Martinez-Humanic, I'm glad you made it too. Work with me, folks. Not that much time left. This is a day that I couldn't wait for, and a day I never wanted to come. I'm going to make this a little more brief. I wasn't going to cry tonight. I haven't yet. I started Saturday. I was walking through a mall, and I saw a track set up for Pinewood Derby. I started bawling like a baby, just thinking about my kids, Pinewood Derby. Went to ask the kid when the next race was, and I couldn't even get it out. When's the next one? I love what you've done here. I think he called security. There's an amazing piece on Wednesdays after elections. I'm usually in my home office. And it's actually quieter on Wednesdays than it is Tuesdays from people going door to door trying to get those ballots. And I'm almost there every year. And you know I do some campaign work. And I'm busy. And I look up my hill, and I see no riots, no police, no National Guard, no looting, not much protesting, no threats to my family. We have a smooth transition in government. Each and every election, regardless of the outcome. Sometimes our stomachs feel different. And then we come here and we actually do this job. And it's challenging, it's frustrating, it's rewarding. And some days it feels like every issue is a challenge, and every bill is a challenge, and every colleague is even more challenging. And those are just the ones on your side. And then throw in the lobby, the countless associations, the hometown newspaper, the blogs, the emails, the Twitter feeds, the constituents, and those who think they're constituents. This job, these policies, the bills, our votes, they are tough. It is tough. And we must stand on our convictions. And we must stand on our convictions while honoring those who share completely different beliefs. And we do not have to share the same convictions And we don't, but we must at a minimum respect all those who have different ones, and we must protect them. I think that is our primary directive. If we don't do that, we find ourselves subject to any and every form of discrimination that man can conceive. We cast hundreds of votes that reflect a combination of our values, our principles, our faith, our party, our constituents, our districts, and our experiences in leadership. You can add supporting your caucus members, and in this role as president, you can add supporting both caucuses. And if you haven't noticed my votes, go back and look through them. I probably cast 3 no votes as the president of this Senate, not the Republican president, not the Democrat president, this president of the Colorado Senate. This job, these policies, these bills are votes. At the end of the year, there's going to be 35 different records. The combination of those votes, as Senator Carroll mentioned, will create these policies. Our individual votes produce nothing. What does get produced here does not directly reflect each of us or any of us. Think about it. But it does strangely reflect all of us, our collective wills. This is obviously not the case on hyper-partisan issues, which most are not. And here we are, the state leaders participating in representative government, and it works. Representative government, and it's not a birthright to have it, but it is a birthright to seek it. And nobody can say that in most places in the world. People can't say that. I've been asked, how did you get power in this process? How did you get others to choose you, to support you, to follow you? How did you get people who have more education, more connections, more wealth, more power, more influence to follow you? Why did they empower you? You want to know the secret? You've heard it all night. You've lived it for 4 months. You've lived it as long as you've been in this chamber. How do you get power here? Empower others. If you will invest in others, the rewards, the returns will come to you. You know the saying, with great power comes great responsibility, but as president, I would say the responsibility of the job is exponentially greater than the power that comes with it. Responsibility to this institution, to the people here, the process, the rules, the caucuses, and the millions of people represented in this state. And as your president, I have tried to be fair and equitable and honorable in this job. And I apologize for the times that I have failed in these areas, and I have. Senate President Powers told me he learned something new every day. He had been here 20 years. I have learned something every day, every day. And as I look back at the mistakes, I have tried not to make the same ones twice. And if I had a little more time, even tonight, I would try to get better at this job. I have been honored to be in your service. And I truly believe from the other side of that glass, I will continue to be honored as a citizen of this state by your service. This process, this place, represents a journey, not a destination. And I believe you are well positioned to find success for our state on your journey. The challenges before you are not beyond you. I'm going to share briefly this message from my son, who just a few weeks ago told my wife, I'm never running for office because I don't want to be away from my family. Want to break your heart? Hear that from your wife about your son. An hour ago, he sent me this. This is from Alex. Hey, Dad, I just wanted to say I'm really proud of you because you have worked so hard over the past 16 years, and I know it's been hard having to work away from home and travel everywhere, but I am so thankful that you have done so much good for our state, and I love you. That's a pretty good letter from a constituent. This is a day that I couldn't wait for, and a day that I had hoped would never come. Thank you. Hey. It's the Senate. The time is what we say it is. It's time. What do we need? Somebody text the governor, tell him we're finished. Message from the House.
May 11, 2016, Mr. President, the House has adopted and transmits herewith House Joint Resolution 1027 as printed in the House Journal on May 11th. The House has adopted and returns herewith Senate Joint Resolution 41, members of the committee to inform the governor of Representatives Primavera, Tyler, and Willett. The House took no action on Senate Joint Resolutions 38 and 39. The resolutions are returned herewith.
Introduction of resolutions.
House Joint Resolution 1027 by Representative Duran and Senator Scheffel concerning adjournment, seen ADA.
Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Joint Resolution 1027. As for an aye vote.
Heard the motion. Is there discussion? I'm going to share a brief word. A friend of mine, I've mentioned her to many of you, passed away a couple years ago. Mary Emerson Limebrick. She was a mother of 5, a devout Catholic, and a staunch Democrat. And she had solid advice for maintaining faith in both. She said, if you don't like what the Democrats are doing, switch parties. If you don't like what the Catholics are doing, switch churches. She was a wise woman, and one of the many people that have adopted me in my life. She penned this, and I will share it with you. It is simply titled Farewell. There's the doing of a thing for one last time. The saying out of all goodbyes, the ringing past of any year, passing back the purple prize of youth and still the fear that it must be. There is the doing of the thing for one last time, and now it is for me. The Colorado Senate and the 70th General Assembly completing its work in the second regular session is adjourned sine die. Hey, can you turn the, so I've been saving this PowerPoint, 6,000 megabytes, crashed the computer 10 times. There are some interesting photos on it, and I was hoping we'd be in recess, but being adjourned actually sort of works. Oh, I guess I need the screen. Yes, you can. It's almost 300 slides, but they are at like a little over a second. If you want us to stop and play some of them back, we can. But I wanted to share the life I had here with you, and frankly, we are sharing the lives that we've had with each other, here with each other. I think you'll recognize some of the people in the PowerPoint, some you won't. There are a few of my kids, just to show that they got cuter as I did not during my time here.